All right, hello, and welcome to this week's very, very belated episode of Rough Rolling. Where pain is fucking Jesus Christ, definitely the name of this game. In every single possible way that can be defined. Um, let's get an idea as to what happened last time, because even I'm kind of foggy on a lot of it.
No, you don't need to know.
Well, you're the one that needs
So,
to tell us, Barry.
so
No, I think I'm with
yesterday,
Barry on this.
so yesterday, which is when we played, definitely. Uh, it hasn't been a week and a half. It's been yesterday. No, last time we played, Sven had his ritual. Everyone went to the place, and he was very nervous. And then they performed the ritual, and a big giant protean showed up, and he was like in magical chains because of the spell. And Sven had a conversation with him. Uh, go watch the episode. I'm not going to go over everything that was said. But basically, Sven's like, hey, get me the fuck out of this deal. Take my soul if you have to. I don't want to fucking kill people. And the Protean's like, okay, fuck you, but sure. And then Sven lost all of his macho manly stuff. You know when Mario gets hit and he like shrinks down in size? That's what happened to Sven. And then the wizard was like, all right, cool. I'm going to talk to you now. And the Protean's like, nah. And the wizard's like, okay, but I have this spell on you. And the Protean's like, fuck. And so they talked about stuff which we didn't hear about. Because it was in a fancy language and Sven couldn't hear it. And then the party left. Sven was kind of comatose for about an hour or so after the transformation because it was so horrendous and ruinous on him. He's now like this small little 5 foot tall cat folk who looks kind of mangy, honestly. And then the party was discussing stuff, and then Sven, after coming to, comes down, and then we discuss what we're doing next. And then we go to Silas, and then we tell him, hey, we're filling you in on all the bullshit that's happened. And he's like, why didn't you tell me about this bullshit that happened? And we were like, we forgot.
Which is legitimately what it was. You just straight up forgot his players. I guarantee it.
That happens.
And then we figure out what we're gonna ask a dead body with Speak with Dead to get specifically a dead drow. We're gonna ask to get details which will further us in the future. And I think that's where we pick up, is us finishing the discussion on what we're gonna ask the drow.
Yeah, you guys had like extra time to write stuff down and didn't do it.
Because we forgot.
Right.
Yeah. So that sucks. So I wrote down shit related to the stuff you put down initially. So that's what you're getting.
That's fine.
It's a little late to do anything else. I'm trying to find where we listed questions we were going to ask.
In general chat up higher. Barry wrote it.
What did I write?
The questions.
Questions.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yes. You just finished explaining the stuff that you as players have forgotten to share with the person who's supposed to be like, you know, mentoring and like taking care of you guys. For,
Yep.
Like, a little while. I guess not a huge amount of time, but an amount of time. As well as Terse, who was in the room, because yes, Terse ended up speaking with the wizard, the current owner of the Marianan Keep, and gave information related to what he learned from him. At the same conversation, I guess you guys have determined the things that you're going to ask, and now you are going over to Northlight Citadel to where they have the morgue that I believe the body was being kept in.
I think that's all the ones that we're allowed to ask to. I think it just gets like 1 per 2 caster levels, maybe. But yeah, can always just ask some, a bogus question with the last one if there is another.
Well, they are asking for, you guys are asking for. Technically, you guys are asking 5, but I'm going to be a wizard. Did it over that?
Yeah.
So
Sometimes sometimes you ask the body like, who are you? And they give a complicated answer, and then you're like, what are you? And they're like, oh, my name is blah blah blah. I'm this and that. And you're like, oh, okay.
the question must be asked in the form of a what is. Like fucking Jeopardy.
Oh,
Yeah, keep up, Harry. Anyways. A week. They end up going, actually, shockingly, not a very long distance in order to get to the Northlight Citadel. It's a little in the afternoon, so you guys have had your rest. You've dealt with the amount of probably emotional trauma that has occurred in the past 12 hours. In character, but also real life, sure. Well, also that. That too. Sure. Why not? And upon entering Northlight Citadel, you are able to find a detective who reports to the captain that you are working with, well, on again, off again, working with Stauffer, in order to take you down to the morgue, or what qualifies as a morgue in this era, in order to question the body. Is that Fernix that is casting that spell?
I believe so.
It is
Let
not.
me,
Is it
what,
Vic?
what level is Speak with Dead? Because I might
You're
have an
muted.
open slot. I can.
You're muted.
It's 3rd level. Thought it was 4th, but it's 3rd.
Okay. Let me double check real quick. As I think I just threw that onto the bottom. Yep, there it is. And that's 1, 2, 4. I think. Let's say colon by B. I think at this level I do have 1 extra 3rd level slot. So, I just confirm that real quick. I really should just screenshot this table so that I'm not checking the start of every session. See, 3rd. Yep, and I've got 1 bonus slot, so cool. I sit down and prepare that after 15 minutes.
I think that was mentioned. Yeah. So you
Yep.
needed to do that.
I remembered something tangentially like that, and I'm like, that sounds realistic. Yeah, probably. I don't think we have any material components. Yeah, just divine focus, and then the casting time is 10 minutes, so takes a total of 25 minutes plus whatever amount of time it takes for other stuff to happen. And then it's one question per 2 caster levels, so we do get just 4.
Mm-hmm.
I better hope they're good ones. He's not just like, I'll give you a cryptic answer, yes, and it's like, what? It doesn't answer the question. Oh well, not to you.
we don't need questions.
If the dead creature's alignment was different from yours, the corpse gets a will save to resist the spell as if it were alive. With that note, do I have a spare 4th level slot? I do not. In fact, it looks like I'm at 1. Oh no, I'm not at 1 too many. Perhaps not that. I'm at the right amount. Okay. So, yep, let's get this road on the show, I'm gonna probably assume that he's trying to make that will save.
Okay.
Because I don't think that the drow is true neutral.
No.
He could be. He's just a guy, you know.
And, just in case. If,
It's a good point. I don't. I don't speak drow.
That would definitely be helpful.
yeah. So
Yay!
Well, I think Drow
That's it.
Drow is just Elven. I think they're mutually intelligible. As far as I know.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, I think they do both speak Elven, and then
Yeah.
a drow sign language might be a thing, but I don't
Yeah, which this
imagine
would qualify.
that would be possibly what you would natively respond in,
Yeah.
except for
In-
certain circumstances.
Which is interesting because you would assume the Underdark is the one place where maybe a sign language wouldn't work very well, but who am I to say?
I guess it's because they can see in the dark, and it's to be like,
They have
oh,
very good
you
dark
can't
vision.
you can't see us in the dark sign languaging each other, but it's like everyone else in the Underdark also has dark vision, so only for attacking surface people? I don't know. Anyway. It's a language anyhow.
Yeah.
It's a living.
So, the sergeant leads you down through the detective sergeant leads you down through to the coroner. It's actually sort of the one that has to explain to said coroner where to retrieve for you the body, and you are able to have it rolled out of the. Definitely, nothing is actually cooled down here. You're mostly depending on it being underground and surrounded by stone to keep things cool, as opposed to being actually a seed or frozen. Which reveals the seemingly average dressed and kind of plainly figured drow who has, I guess most have been stripped, as well as had his belly opened, as if, somebody did the front part of seppuku but didn't do the head part. The coroners leave you. They have no interest in hearing this. In fact, they think it's kind of fucked up. The detective sergeant isn't very interested. He stands at the end just to make sure that, you're not being left alone down here, but is not involving himself at all. Fernix is able to wind up and cast the spell. The magic infuses itself through the now very, very deceased drow's body, and its eyes open, revealing kind of a dark void in them. Doesn't say a single word. Who is offering the questions?
Ben could, because he has that ring and he can understand
doesn't
the
that only apply to
answers,
text?
but... Huh?
Doesn't
No.
that only apply to text? Well, anyway, I cast tongues on Fernix, so he can.
That's fair.
You might understand it, but yes, can you speak it? No, you speak
With
Elven, don't
tongues,
you, Barry?
with tongues you can.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, well.
Actually, my intelligence is... Actually, hold on.
Nope, only 2 people.
Okay, so...
Oh, yeah.
Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, you can. So, here's a weird question.
No.
My intelligence went up when
I know,
I had the
and
transformation.
You would get 1 language per, was it every 2? Something like that.
Per intelligence modifier increase.
Yeah, per intelligence modifier increase, so yes, per 2. You would not magically learn any new languages.
Okay.
However, I
That's
believe
what I
you have been
assumed.
studying the Goblin book, so you'd be able to add that one.
I already had that, but thank
Okay,
you.
good.
I mean, if you got the extra slot, could tongues multiple people too.
Could I get the language of chaos? I forget what it's called.
Boy, did that narrow it down. Aklo?
Well, there's specific outsider languages too, but I don't think there's alignment languages.
No.
Is it Abyssal?
Abyssal would be for demons.
Yeah. Aklo is what Protheans speak.
Oh, yeah, that's a ancient one. So
Hmm.
Would I
Them
be
and-
able to get that?
You can find somebody or the right resources to teach you, which thankfully you're in a very, very fucking large city, so you'd be able to do that.
Okay.
Because yes, I know how video game logic is working, but we're not going bing bang boom. You suddenly speak 4 more languages or something. Yeah.
No. I was more going the route of because he went through that really weird transformation that like tainted his soul and made him see a lot of things.
Mm.
Oh well, that's fine.
If you want to add that one to it, I'm not necessarily against it, but I think you probably get my point.
No, it's fine.
Like, you wouldn't be adding, like, Dwarven. Aklo, I can see, considering this the way in which your stats were changed. Like, that one's fair. But, like, you wanted to speak Dwarven or, like, something that demons or devils would speak? Probably not.
I'll add Eklo and then the rest we'll figure out.
Yeah. Okay. Whoever is asking the questions, please go ahead.
I guess if I'm the only one who's got Elven talk for at the moment.
Yeah, I guess I can't speak it. I can understand it, but I can't speak it.
Yep. So I guess it looks sort of like, you know, while I'm chanting whatever the 10-minute somatic component is, just sort of like gently making little like dropping motions around the body, and once the spell activates, there's a bunch of little dots of light that look almost like a phosphorescent liquid shining around it. Can you please allow me to have a corded thing for like more than 24 hours without destroying it? Please.
No.
Please. I'm begging you. You're so wonderful, baby. I do not need to run out and go get even more electronics. Please.
Yeah.
That's not my question to the drow, by the way. But yeah, then I'll start asking him in Elven, or eventually I'm just like whatever language is gonna get across to you
Yeah.
is what I'm trying to get the spell to do. But yeah, what are the directions to the drow hole you came out of?
It seems that the corpse, like, doesn't immediately answer. It doesn't seem like the way that it's, like, it doesn't really react physically in any other way before its lips kind of open, and without really speaking, it's more like sound just comes out of the mouth. It says, "Westward into the mountains, under the veil through which no man may pass."
Oh, Birch is writing it. Okay, I was writing it down.
Oh, thank you. Here, I'll get number 1.
I got the next one. We'll rotate who gets what.
Thank you. I appreciate it, because I was like, oh yeah, now I probably could just ask the next question. What were your goals in this expedition you and your group undertook?
To take what he would not sell or surrender, to search the collector's collection for a working projector.
Sell or surrender to what?
Search the...
To take what he would not sell or surrender, to search the collector's collection for a working projector.
It's so bad. I'm like, you said it like 5 seconds ago.
For a working projector or projection?
Projector. OR.
Yeah, and look like I want to say something at that, but I'm also like, not gonna risk it being interpreted as a question.
Well, okay.
It's just
We can pivot we don't have to ask this down the line. We can ask these questions and then like try to expand on them. I think the important one to ask still is how do we gain access and safely traverse the Underdark, but
I
third
get
one,
I'm
maybe
more
we
interested in the third question, personally. Anyway,
And that one is, I'm pretty sure we went over it last time, but just because I'm like, I do have the thing up there. Oh, if successful, he can refuse to answer my questions or attempt to deceive me using bluff, which is probably going to work against me, but not you guys.
that's true. Question 4 we probably could figure out through research here if we needed to.
yeah, possible.
Alright, fair enough.
Probably not
We
all
can
the
ask.
answers, but enough.
Okay, so we're going down the line after all then?
Sure.
Okay. In what ways did you accomplish or fail your goals on this expedition?
We found a book on the corrupted elven knowledge of dead magic, but not the one from the mad human wizard. His repository of treasures held so many wonders, and one that we thought might prove useful, but it did not. Ours was too impure.
Could you paste that, Gray?
Yes.
That was a long one.
Uh-huh. I was like, as it's a bit to keep up with, but that was good to know. So then I guess let's see. I don't think there's any stipulation. Yeah, it lasts for a minute per level. So we've got 8 minutes to deliberate, but I can't talk verbally. So I just like look over at her, and he goes and gets out a quill and parchment, and he just writes down. Are we still going with the same fourth question?
Look to the party. Are we allowed to talk?
I'm not allowed to talk. I started asking questions.
I'm saying the rest of us.
The rest of you can, as long as you don't speak in Elven.
Yeah, because it's you grant blah blah blah, allowing it to answer questions, and then you may ask one question per two caster levels. So whatever I ask in the form of a question. Oh, hold on. I do have to take this. Can we take a quick break?
Oh no!
All
What
right.
happened?
Never ends.
We deliberate while.
I guess we'll be
Phoenix
back
is-
in hopefully a couple
Oh.
minutes. See you then.
No.
All right, and we're back. I know that was things happen. So
Yes.
at least gave you guys a few minutes as players to deliberate. What was the? I guess your characters kind of gather to whisper, whisper, whisper. What is that conversation?
So I think we look amongst each other, and Vic probably is the one who brings up whatever is said.
Be worth seeing if we can't get the final location that they were headed to after this mission. If we get into the Underdark, which is already an if, it'll be a difficult time following them. So, if we know where we're supposed to be headed, then certainly cut down on some of the problem.
Ben seems to suddenly have a realization, thinks about it, and says, "Yes, I believe that this is probably the right choice. Even if we know how to get to the Underdark, how do we track these people down? We would be blind and lost. We would get there, but not know where to go."
I'm inclined to agree.
Etter just kind of scratches out the word phrasing and adds a question mark.
Looks to Vic.
About, what was the final destination of this mission?
This mission might just lead them back to their bosses. We want to know the. Well, is that where we want to go? Their bosses, or
I don't imagine that they would know where any of these items would be headed if they are leaving their possession.
Scratches down might be a start.
More likely that if there's information to be found, it would be found where they're headed, not where they think they might be headed afterwards.
Scratches out. Maybe they don't know where they were headed afterwards. This was a peon after all.
True.
Perhaps where are they meeting up with the person that hired them?
It's making more assumptions of what they plan to be doing afterwards. For all we know, they could be releasing the items into some sort of dead drop and never seeing them again.
Ah, shit. Yeah, that's very likely, actually.
Why is this such a difficult question?
Because it's our last one.
Yep. And if we word it wrong, well, it'll just lead us to a dead drop. Or something of comparison.
Could still have information. Like, there's only limited things that he might know.
Where's your base of operations?
Maybe.
Where do you
Nope.
meet with your boss?
Let's see.
Wow.
Where
If
did
we
you?
want, we could make it related to the last question and ask where the book that they had gotten was headed to. Is the only other thing that I could think of. but he might not know that. It might be like to my boss, and be like, "Fuck."
I think there's enough vagueness in that question that I don't know. I think ensuring we specify the destination as in a location. Be more likely that we'll have something concrete to work with at least.
This Scholar's Ring does have that secondary ability. Where if you're given information about something, you can invoke a legend lore relating to it.
Hmm.
So,
I think. What was your original wording, Lan, again? Sorry. Who the fuck's Lan? Vic.
So, what was the final destination of your mission?
Oh, I got a cut on my hand. He nuzzled right up into it, and I was like, "Why does that hurt? Are you biting me?" Silly.
Not to
what was the
Watch-
location at which you plan to finish your quest?
That's the same question.
Ask with the phrasing of the first one, because I assume it's been about 8 minutes.
Oh, how about after arriving in the Underdark, where did you plan to finish your expedition?
And that's still the same question.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to word it in a way that works, right? Or are we doing something else?
It could
Well,
work anyway, or
Yeah.
he could also, give us information that he doesn't. He also might not know.
What is the name of the place where you and your kin operate out of? Something
I'm
like
actually fine with that. As long as it's not the Underdark. Like he might just say the Underdark, but
within the Underdark, where do you call the place you and your kin operate out of? What do you call the place?
What is the name of the settlement? Because if he says, "Oh, the Bright Bar," like we don't fucking know where that is.
It's still helpful though. The name.
Yeah. We should make sure that we get the settlement's location, though.
So what is the
Do we
question and
n-
how are we wording it?
Do we know where House Discar's base of operations is? Because we know
Fairly
that that's who
certain
they're
we
working
don't.
for.
Right. Okay.
I don't think we do.
What is the name of the city that House Discar operates in?
But is that information that we could find outside of this question?
I'd say we probably could, yeah.
Maybe not. That's
I think we stick to the confines of the Underdark. Because if we ask that, they could just say fucking Ravensburg or something.
Maybe how do we get to the place that House Discar is operating out of?
that could work.
No. I've pitched all my ideas.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, not to rush anybody, but in game you do have a finite amount of time.
Yeah, I'll assume that maybe Vernix's sense of time is better than mine is.
Yeah.
Are we cool with how do we get to the place from which House Discar operates in within the Underdark? Does that work?
Sure.
Yep, all right. I ask that straight away as soon as three of us agree. Because I'm like, there's no time. If its spell runs out and he's answering, it'll just cut off, I assume. So how do we get to the place that from which house the Scar operates from within the Underdark?
Mhm.
Little car.
Okay. So that is the question you've settled on. That is the wording that you have settled on, correct?
Yes.
If for time reasons, then nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's gonna take me a minute to try and think because
Go
it
for
isn't
it.
like we just had a week and a half.
It isn't like we just took 10 minutes talking about it on this side.
How dare you take time? How dare you?
In the frozen time, Etcher writes down on the piece of paper. So anyway, what's new with you guys? No,
Sven checks his watch.
I'm joking. Whoa. I don't know. Big
Sven pulls out a cigarette, starts smoking.
Etcher does too, except he starts eating it.
Well, taking
He
his
still
mouth,
lights it
chewing
first.
it up, and then just letting it drop out.
Yeah,
Weird.
that's right. I was like, oh yeah, he doesn't have like, yeah,
Lungs.
any digestive tract or gross shit. Doesn't
Yeah,
have
he
any
still lights it.
horrible. He doesn't have any horrible organic problems. He just emulates them,
Based.
right?
I wish I had horrible organic problems, honestly. That'd be so cool.
It's kind of overrated.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't like it not pooping.
Yeah. Birch, do you think you could like angle your mic down by about like an inch? Because the way it's angled currently, it's got that light. Just-
Oh, you know what would probably help out a lot more? If I turned off the background light because there's still external light. 1 second.
Yep, definitely an improvement.
Sven
Yeah.
pulls out a second cigarette. He's now smoking two at once.
Oh.
Okay.
Alternating
Yeah.
hands.
Etter asks, smoking for two?
In the depths below the accursed temple, fight through the bothersome cult and the denizens of the cave until you come to the Veilhaut's throat. Once descended, travel north until you reach the outer walls. Then pray. And his head just drops, and that's it.
Could you post that?
Yep.
Thank yous.
I'm not going to be able to spell half of those words.
Yeah. Temple? How do you even? I
No.
don't even know.
The accursed temple. The temple OS.
Nah.
Travel to the Temple OS.
Speak the slur and enter.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus
The
Christ.
FBI is watching you. Drive to Texas.
This isn't how I remember friends sounding in Elven. I won't go as far as some people that people have known, except maybe Lan.
And with that,
So-
the morgue falls into a rather unsettling silence, with the only sounds you're able to hear being your own breathing and the sounds of work upstairs.
So I want to point out, might be really cool. What if praying to the to like something was a code word that let us get in. Like he says, then pray, which
Mhm.
it might be him just saying like good fucking luck. But what if it's him saying this is the passcode?
Yeah. If he mentions an
Could,
accursed temple, that's definitely would make sense.
could be
Sounded
cool.
like a threat to me.
Yeah, it really did. I I don't think it's that, but what if, you know? One of the things where it's like, should
Something
consider
to
it.
keep in mind, I suppose. And I'll light up my own cigarette.
There's, gonna be-
Yep,
there's 3 inches of smoke at the top of the ceiling.
Yeah.
I'll assume somebody who's fast at writing wrote the answers down.
I'll have them all down. Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, I could have Etor do it, but I also like to imagine that he's just holding the quill like a kindergartner, just in a fist and just scratching out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like on the floor with crayons, just kicking his feet.
You look
Eating the
over,
crayon as he uses the quill.
you look over
Yes.
to what he was writing. It's just stick figures. Like that's not what you're supposed to write.
Well, seems we've got the information we're going to.
It sounded relevant.
You know, I think we. Oh, wait, that's old Sven voice. You know, I think that we learned actually a good amount from this.
Your voice sounds worse than mine. Say that again.
Sorry, it's the cigarettes. I was saying that I think we did learn a good amount from this.
I think so too. I'm happy with what we got, but I think I'm done here. I'd like to leave this shithole. I'm just gonna turn around and walk out.
This corpse
Right.
is very unsightly.
Exactly my point.
Yep, I'll nod over to whoever is in charge of the body and just, assume that they're listening to what we're saying.
The detective, sergeant detective, has mostly been standing at the back, waiting for you guys to be done.
And I just step away, assuming the light show for the spell ends.
Well, once he finished answering the question, it dispersed.
Mm.
Or dispelled.
I guess we head upstairs.
Yeah.
The detective sergeant lets the coroners know. They head into the room past you, and well, for all intents and purposes, that's the end of that. Going up onto the ground floor, you definitely end up back in a place of light and noise and activity. A stark contrast to the deathly stillness in the morgue below.
All right, I have compiled the questions. I cannot pin it, however, so I'm going to cry.
Nice.
It's posted in the.
Oh, I edited the things up above.
Ah. I also have it in my notes. So at least we have it in multiple places.
I suppose it's time to start researching how to access the Underdark. Though, with his last question, he seems to have been mentioning a temple. Perhaps this temple is the entrance. It says below the accursed temple.
Right.
Perhaps it's the very same temple we've been looking after. Though it would be strange if it was.
Hmm.
I think it's possible. Perhaps even likely. With our luck, anyway.
It also mentions a cult, so perhaps it is an active temple, not a abandoned one.
True. I guess it would be a matter of figuring out what sort of prayer would be necessary, but that seems achievable.
Also, what is a Veilhorstrot?
Whoever
sorry?
speaks, actually, no, just Vic. Give me a Christ. What are the knowledge rolls?
Well, I also speak.
This is not necessarily that. This would require a specific knowledge of the language that isn't granted by magic.
Okay.
Hmm.
Knowledge history.
Okay. It's not one of my better ones.
Oof. Based on that roll, you are able to acknowledge or identify that it is in Old Elven, however, not the meaning.
Specifically, you're referring to the veil section.
Yeah, it's sort of yes.
Okay.
Do you say this out loud? Vic?
Yeah, he'll mention it, but I'm trying to remember something.
Perhaps we need to research this word.
Seems like it would probably be a good idea. I'd rather know if we're dealing with an army and prepare accordingly, if so.
I think we are, based on previous escapades with these setting sun little shits. I mean, I recall when we were speaking with the hobgoblins that they mentioned having an army. But that was only on their side. I don't want to imagine the other sides that are connected with them.
I think I may know what he was referring to. At least for part of this. Remember the letter that was found a little while back? Mentioned the forest over in the Redistrom, where some sort of magical seal surrounding a large area of the forest.
Sounds
Right.
The way it's
intriguing.
described, it's the letter from yours truly. I'm looking through it. I cannot find the name of the town that's nearby, or any of the town names. But
Hold on.
Because it doesn't give any in that. The town, however, is Vetterholm.
okay,
Yes, the ones that the shadow chasers are around, yeah. I was able to find that after some research.
the letter itself mentions that there's drow and duergar activity, as well as the veil itself, where, as he put it, no man passes. There seems to be enough of a connection there that I would assume that whatever entrance they came out of is behind that veil. And that's likely where we're going to be headed next.
It seems like a reasonable thing to assume.
I think so.
I'm interested to see what that refers to. Whether man is in like a human or man is in gender. Because if so, I believe that unless we're talking no, even if we're talking mentally, Etor might be able to bypass such a thing. I just would be
I think
hesitant to risk it.
Based on the translation, it is like saying person.
Mm. Well, I guess it depends on a lot of things.
I don't think the intent was that it was a barrier so much as a trap. The way it's described in the letter, it mentions people go in and don't exactly come out exactly the same. If they come out at all.
Well, if any of us
There might be
is-
a way that the Drow and whoever are traversing the veil without dying.
Hmm.
Odds, where do we even start?
Well, let's travel.
I suppose. Still, this is a lot of information that I'd be surprised if even a place like this had extensive knowledge of. Perhaps once we are closer. Is there a major city in that area? Sven thinks to
No.
himself as I switch over to
I'm fairly
The map.
certain this is the closest major city. It's
Home is where we would be headed, but I don't know that it's the most sizable.
it's
places.
from what I've gathered fairly small.
I'm glad you know.
We,
I've never been to this side of the aquifer.
So,
I think we'll need to have another go at the conversation with 12 Octa.
seems so.
So,
Especially because even finding the information I gathered took me days, actually. It was fairly buried under multiple other books. Either someone wants it kept hidden, or it's just really, really tiny.
I would not be
Maybe it's,
surprised if the Drow wish to keep this information hidden.
I'm not
And
sure it's
used-
the drow that wants to keep it hidden.
The
Is-
Dweger?
A
No.
great many might want to obfuscate such things, such as if they were to have, say, non-drow allies in the city,
Perhaps.
maybe even drow in an elaborate disguise. It's not as though a bit of face paint can't make some things a bit difficult to identify for those not of the genealogy that's being imitated.
Or even disguise spells.
Precisely.
There are lots of ways to go around as not looking like yourself, but just as long as you stay away from the trained eyes or the higher echelons. We
Which
usually have such measures to detect such things.
Right. And usually those in charge of record keeping are kind of left to their own devices until any sort of problem arises and then immediately held responsible.
Mm-hmm.
But, yes, so I believe we were going to ask back after something or another. Sorry. Oh,
We'll want to revisit 12 Octa estate.
So I think we should go.
yes, I have difficulty keeping the names straight sometimes.
I know that there were definitely some places that people wanted to follow up with. What I recall, Daxius had people in Bannerhome that he wanted to either catch up with or conclude whatever it is he had going on there. Possibly catching up again with Thorvatcher, going back to Ludendorff Palace. Was there anything else outstanding, like visits that we needed to do?
What was at Ludendorff Palace?
You just talk to them about whether or not we're accepting the contract.
Oh,
Something
right.
I started to bring up.
Yes. I confused Ludendorff with someone else. Sorry.
I was like the big explosion. That was what was at.
Yes.
Mhm,
Sorry. No,
yeah.
I thought it was something else. Never mind. I suppose I could do research after I speak with some people about the Underdark, me and whoever else wants to join me.
I suppose I would. I'm going to be spending a great many days at the libraries anyway.
I'd like to
I don't
know
know
as
how many
well.
days we have left in the city, to be honest. I think
Mm,
once we sign that paper, we might
right.
be leaving in a day or two. Or however long it takes for them to mobilize.
This is true. I suppose it might be something to ask before we sign off, but the Vardo is still fairly well stocked, I believe.
It is.
At least I hope my yogurt hasn't gone bad yet. Barely had any.
Ooh. As long as you didn't put it in the lead line barrel.
God no. Not the sort of alchemist that enjoys sweeteners which will drive the eaters insane and
I'd hope
eventually
not.
kill them.
You know, I heard that those sweeteners can cause ailments of the body that are incurable by magic.
Yes. I don't think we know the exact cause, but since a lot of lead handling can lead one to perpetual poisoning, I'm going to assume it's probably related. So,
I was making a cancer joke.
oh. I think it does, though, because, yeah, heavy metals are really hard to get out of your system if they're the kind that, like, break up and, like, float around, which is definitely lead.
Yeah, how would
pretty
you
reactive.
remove lead poisoning as a as a spellcaster?
Ooh.
Restoration, and if it's really far along, wish. It would take what it requires to relieve madness.
A group of boomer adventurers who are on a quest for a wish spell because of their lead poisoning.
Goddamn leaded gasoline! Look in the
Roll
walls.
roll a d10 or improvise some upset, incensed gibberish instead of whatever you were about to say for every sentence.
At character creation, you have to roll a d10 for what minority group you're racist against.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm sorry.
At least one of them needs to have got asbestos poisoning as well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was so.
Black lung.
Asbestos
it's
never
all
gave
just like-
anyone third-degree burns.
All right. So, what is the plan? What are we doing? Are people splitting up?
Are we going to? Well, I think things we have to do as a group first are Torwatcher and Ludendorff's palace. Just the question is, which do we go to first?
See.
I would like to go to the library first. I suppose that I have business there now that I have been reminded that we're going to be leaving soon.
I will say it
Right.
again. We need to do the Torwatchers and Ludendorff Palace together.
Does make sense, actually.
I suppose.
Well, I think it would make sense to know if this is going to possibly be on the way. It's a case of where I suppose even if we keep this under our hats or just sort of looks up at his top of his head, skull caps, whatever. We might be able to possibly, if it's within the realm of reason, go and take care of this, or at the very least investigate it while we're on the road, provided, of course, it's, not at the other end of the city.
That's why I plan to go to the library to secure some books
Right.
for us to read on the road. There's a great many, and I suppose we won't be able to read through them all in a day or two. Hell, it'd be lucky if we could read through one in a day.
Makes a fair point.
That's why I wish to go to the library. And I suppose the price of having these kinds of books would be great. But I got gold.
Just take I just take it out of the party fund. If it's for all of us.
Yes. I would like
Do I-
a bit of material myself.
Well, either way, before any of that, we should decide what we're doing right now, because we still have business to do as a group.
We could do the Tour Watcher.
I'm inclined to agree. Tovatcher, and then Ludendorff's.
Okay.
Seems reasonable.
Alright. Well, we'll head to the Torvatchers then.
No, I go to the library.
Dude, now is you're weak enough that he can pick you up. Yes.
No.
You are now shorter than everyone else in the party.
Yeah.
Even me.
Yeah, Sven's very small.
If it makes you feel better, I'm probably too weak to pick you up.
He's like run to the litter small.
Probably weighs like 100 pounds.
I think that's my lift and carry weight. Oh, 200 off ground? Wow. A lot better than I thought.
All
so
right.
I can put you on my shoulder and stagger around 5 feet around.
Yeah, that's about it. Might be able to.
My
get
back.
it.
Nah.
Um,
If you want to go and grab stuff, you can. If you want, I could send along Etor, or you could just find your way over. I'm sure it's totally okay. It's not like he's a radio, unless he's more of a walkie-talkie, really.
It would be good to have all the information coming to us at the same time, but if you prefer to go to the library, it's up to you, I suppose.
If I'm being honest, I'm planning on commissioning a great many books to be done in a rush. Probably will cost me a pretty penny, but I would like to get there as soon as possible. So that we have time. But
It's not
also,
going anywhere. We'll have a whole day.
Do
where,
we? Is there a visible timepiece from where we are, or
sorry, say again?
I just wanted to know if there was like a visible timepiece, like a clock or anything.
Here in the Citadel?
Mhm.
Yeah, there'll be one nearer to the door.
All right.
So,
well,
out of game, I'm thinking that Sven's going to commission a lot of books to be made, like probably magically, like through magical means, because there's not enough time for scribes to do it. So that we can have them on the road for research and whatnot. Because you can't just go and say, "Hey, I'm going to rent this for potentially months," and a lot of the books probably don't have copies on hand, so he wants to get there to like commission them to be magically created through like I forget what spells there are, but there's spells to like make books quickly.
Yeah, there are.
there's what is it, like Scrivener's chant? That's like a cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to get there early so that he can have the books done in time for the expedition leaving.
Okay. So who's going where?
I guess if he's so badly wants to go to the library, who are we to stop him?
Do we necessarily
can-
need to split up? Is what I was trying to point out.
That's what I'm trying to say. We don't need to split up, and we should probably have everyone at these two places, but
Yeah.
he's his own man, I suppose.
No,
We can just do the library stuff first. It's fine.
yeah, I'm saying we can really quickly just do that and say like then go do the Torvacher thing.
Sure, we'll go to
I-
the library first.
I was just gonna pick up some fluff reading material / probably serious research stuff, but again, not like uh I'm does the library actually sell any of the books in their
They
in their
don't, but you can pay to have somebody simply copy them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as long as
Alright.
you don't like take something from there, they don't really care.
You can look over his phone and be like, it seems like a good idea. I might follow suit. Just a couple of things that seemed interesting. Don't know if they'll be relevant, but
Ben will,
you can never tell.
for the sake of brevity, because we want to get to the Torvacher thing, I'm gonna commission like 20 or so books just on either stuff relevant to the Underdark, how to get there, potentially the temple, I forget what it's called, but the temple that we were looking into, and also anything into golem creation. And he tells the librarian, this is a rush order, I'm willing to pay like whatever it costs. We just need like this spread of books.
You would be paying
Done.
for basically 1 or 2 wizards to be doing it. They wouldn't be high level wizards or anything like that. We might have to figure out the price on that later. Considering by base Pathfinder rules, we would need to figure out the length of each fucking book and how long they're actually going to take. Magic involved, and at that point, I would think I would just rather say, campaign's over, have a nice day.
We can just...
Yeah. I think, what is it? Hiring
Hirelings,
a
yeah.
spellcaster to cast a cantrip is half the cost of a first level spell. But that might also be me misremembering and thinking that of the magic item creation stuff.
Not
I can
sure.
just say drop 1,000 gold on it.
I don't think
Or do
it'll
you
be
think it's
that
more than
much.
that?
I think it might be like 400 to 500. But anywho,
Sorry.
it will take you an amount of time in order to A, determine the what you're gonna do, B, determine the books that you want copied, C, determining who is going to be doing the work and the process by which it is a lot of bureaucracy, and it would be very boring for anyone to play that out in real life. So Sven, and possibly with the help of Fernix, because he's most likely bookish enough to be able to navigate a lot of this, are able to handle it. I'm sure Vic and Daxius are bored fucking tearless.
Yeah,
Oh.
pretty much.
And my camera just dropped out.
Just chain smoking cigarettes.
So yeah, my microphone also dropped on my head, but I guess the camera was mercifully avoiding that having to be seen.
I guess so. I think your camera's frozen.
Yeah, I noticed that after I got my microphone off the back of my neck.
Yeah, I know you're leaning
Yeah.
over, and then all of a sudden it was just a cat laying on the back of the.
I
Back of the
I
couch.
legitimately am like, I have no idea why. Maybe no, I have no idea why. That doesn't make any fucking sense, but okay.
Eventually, however, that thankfully does get done. You're able to basically farm out the work to a bunch of upperclassmen from oh god, the Catabraxi College to do it. And yep. It's still probably gonna
Alright.
take some time, but not an insane amount of time.
I'll
Alright.
offer my I'll be like, I'll offer to teach you my spell. Ooh, cool, the a ghost arm, but you gotta knock some off the price.
No, actually, I want to pay more, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. You're like, no, I'll pay you extra to not have him teach you the spell.
I'll
Like,
pay you extra if you ignore this person.
Oh,
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy with a +6.
Me?
No.
Okay. Oh. Vernix.
do.
Yes, the Argonian
I-
offering his wares.
It's situational +6.
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to make sure because my bonus to diplomacy is also +6.
All right, they accept that, and in exchange for you teaching 3 students how to cast this spell, they're able to knock an amount of money. So in total, it will only cost 300 gold.
Sure. I'll do it. You know what? I'll actually send them. We'll do 500 gold because I want these to be nice and have like good quality material.
Okay.
Because we're gonna be on the road. I want this stuff to be survivable.
All right.
Yeah, I'll drop 100 gold on my non-associated reading material as well.
Yep. That's
So
more than
we're basically paying the same price, but we're getting much higher quality stuff then. Hopefully.
Okay.
Or more. Something. But yeah. I'm also just like, yes. Finally, people will pay full price for my fucking magic. Instead of like, oh, please, I'm bleeding to death. Cure light wounds. Oh, here's 5 gold. All your fucking life is worth to you is 10 gold for minimum.
I'm a peasant. This is literally all I've made the past 2 months.
Shut the fuck up, you poor.
Sounds like a personal problem, to be perfectly honest.
I pull up the price chart and start doing multiplication in front of them.
Well, this is what happens when you don't use fucking insurance. Welcome to
You're a car
America.
salesman. You're a car
That's what-
salesman. Hold on, let me go talk to my manager. He comes back just with the 10 gold written, just scratched through. It's like, all right, we can do 7 gold.
All right, we can put you on a payment plan.
6.8, my
He's bleeding
final
out.
offer.
Just bleeding out the entire time.
You get back and he's just ghost white and like he's been dead for like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, the spirit is standing there, still like, all right.
So we've got a really good deal on resurrection services. Let me go talk to my manager. We can get you a good price.
It'll only cost you the profits of 30 years for you. It's not
Come
that
back
bad.
and a ghoul is chewing on his corpse.
And even the ghoul like pauses, looks up at you, and just shakes his head like "fuck you," and then goes back to eating him.
Give me my keys.
Even I have self-respect. Blah blah blah.
No.
Fucking capitalists. Yes, we are based socialist.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's
I just
that's
want
the,
a return on the several thousand gold investment and multiple decades of spell research. is what I think Phoenix mainly wants.
Oh man, I got a story to tell you guys, like about some local capitalist bullshittery that's as stupid recounting it as it was reading it in the paper this week. Anywho, so that takes you all of about maybe 2 hours to get that all squared away, and you are able to depart. I'm sure the people who have been waiting outside, smoking, or just, I would say people watching, but I think it is more like people staring through them because I only have one expression.
Vic might just be asleep.
With his eyes open. Somehow standing up. Like the corpse of Reagan.
Jesus.
Getting real political.
Anywho. So, once you're done with that, you're able to depart. It's still like late afternoon, so it's still pretty busy. Sunday, so mostly people are kind of enjoying themselves. There's not a lot of too many stores and whatnot open. And when you go back up north and west, the botanical garden is definitely very busy. There are a lot of people out there actually enjoying it. The strong aromas of rare and unusual flowers sticks to the breeze as it comes through. And as I said, with fall coming, it is starting to get a little bit chilly.
Might have to invest in some winter clothing.
think it's funny that a food that's considered very spicy is called chili, which is very
Mhm.
cold.
Yeah. English.
Well,
Well, no, it's Spanish.
it's yeah.
Well,
I'm
I'm talking about saying chili as in LLY, not Chile.
Oh, yeah.
fair.
True.
And I believe Chile came to us through Spanish, but I believe was a possibly Aztec word. The same with jerky is Incan turkey.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're the ones that like named that jerky. And it mostly tastes like, you remember when we got that like that jerky that was kind of like, wasn't bad, but it wasn't very good. Like it was sort of a
We've
a
had so
green-
many jerkies.
I know. Anywho, so the homes that hug the hill leading up to the Madianan Keep are just as calm, and the Torvacher estate is pretty much as it was the last time you were here.
Oh, this is the Torflodge?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you were going to Ludendorff Palace first.
No, I don't think we were. Well, last time we were here, I distinctly remember the last words they said to us before shutting the door in our face was, drop your disguises and we'll drop ours. Or something along those lines.
Something like that, yeah. I'll show you mine if you show me
mean-
yours.
Giggity.
Got HR on
just
hot dial.
looking right over at Doxius as he says that.
I
And,
just
Because I think Daxius was the only one disguised.
Well, I reach over and I take off just like looks like I just basically like rip off part of my sleeve, but I pull off the sleeves of many garments.
Mhm.
Whatever extra stuff vanishes. Like this.
Okay.
I think he more was directly speaking to me, to be honest.
Sven coughs and he
Yeah,
says,
I thought maybe.
he might be speaking of me. If he remembers me.
I'm
Well,
sure
they
he
could
remembers
be
all of
exhausted.
us quite well.
Sven looks to the guy to see if he was talking to them.
This was
Yeah, I
like
guess
in-game weeks ago.
Oh, I thought he said it. Okay.
No.
it's
sounded
using his
like you
X-ray
guys were-
vision through the walls of the Torbuckler state.
Yeah, no, this was weeks ago in-game.
You guys were talking like it was just said. Okay.
No.
No, this was like a week ago, I want to say.
I don't think it much matters who he was referring to specifically, but let's not try to go on with any games like last time.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Just gonna look out on the open street. Just give me a minute, and I'm gonna just find an alley away from eyes, and just go into my normal kitsune form,
Okay.
and I'll walk back out. Well, who's ready? I'm not, and I'm gonna walk up to the door.
I'm ready.
And I'm gonna
Okay.
walk up the steps and just 3 loud
Great.
knocks.
I'll leave Daxius there and walk away.
Yeah, I'm just the stray pet that was just left on someone's door.
Makes sense.
Looking
Just-
forward to a life living under the stairs.
Ah, yes. Can't wait for them to open the door to just see a fox with just a cardboard sign wrapped around them that just says "Adopt me."
Well, at least lets you know what your teammates think of you.
Yeah.
And this time it's him calling HR.
For once. You do hear movement inside, and similar to last time, the heavy footsteps that tread up the central hallway, and lock throws, door opens, and revealing the tall, thin, very, I guess, chisel-chinned, Middle Eastern-looking man with a neatly trimmed beard. Just kind of stands in the doorway. I'm assuming everyone is in sight. You didn't just fucking vanish.
Yeah.
Leave his ass here.
Yeah.
This is the same. It's been a while. This is the same guy we spoke to before, or was this his servant?
This was
I
his
remember
servant,
having
yeah, the
Okay.
probably the butler or head of the house.
Okay.
He
Where-
gives a bit of a smile. He is definitely pretty decent to look at. And just kind of looks around between the four people and says, welcome back.
We're here to
Must be,
speak with the Lord of the House again. Properly this time.
Very good. Please come in. You're a missing one, are we not?
Yes, he
Uh,
had some other personal business to attend to.
Hmm.
He won't be
Fair
joining
enough.
us.
Fair enough. Please make yourself at home, and he just kind of waves everybody in, and then once you're inside, closes the door. I will grab something, and I shall be back in just a moment. And he turns and walks to the hallway. The sitting room that you were left in again, it looks a lot like it was before. It's not as warmly laid out this time. There's no stuff already set out. But the footman who met you at the door does come back maybe 60 seconds later with a small tray of there's a teapot, milk and sugar and things like that. So it's offering refreshments, but not offering liquor this time. Sets it down onto the
thank-
coffee table and gestures towards it.
Could use a little pick-me-up, actually.
Just
Yeah,
silently sit down and partake.
Yeah, he goes over to the window and leans back against it and says, I know you are looking for the Ritter himself, however, he is fighting the good fight up north right now. I can at least speak for him. It's usually half of my job.
Very well.
I believe I know.
We've
the feeling.
we've made some plans to head out west towards a small place called Fetterholm. I believe your master is more involved than we are.
There's definitely a prick of eyebrows and then sort of a smile and a So Nyala has run her mouth, has she?
A little bit.
Aye.
Somewhat.
Well then, I suppose there's really no beating around bush. What is it you want to know?
We'd like to know what's going on there. Anything to do with the veil and the screaming dogs in
present?
the background that make me unable to hear.
Oh, sorry, say again?
No, as soon as I started talking, the dogs started barking and I couldn't even hear myself talk.
Shockingly, we didn't hear that. At least I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't either.
that's
Noise
good noise
cancellation.
canceling. Nice.
Yeah, no, it's piercing. You can hear it from anywhere within a probably good 3 to 4 square miles.
So say again?
Oh, doggo.
We would like to get some information about the town itself and the Vale. It seems to be causing problems over there, as well as whatever interactions the Underdark folk have had in the town that might be worth mentioning.
Well, how do I sum this up? The veil is no longer so much as a problem as it is a background noise. The man from the Valier Society, I believe, ended up getting himself caught. However, that does not seem to be too much of a problem. The watchers that are working out of the temple there in town are mostly working with him. I believe at that point that most of the outlying people have been chased into the town, which has, thank the gods, recently had a wall put up around it. Most of the people are in there now. There is obvious fighting up in the mountains. There are a lot of people crawling around, and let's just say that things are hell in handbasket.
Great. When are they not? When they.
You'll
That's how
say
they go.
there is a lot of fighting up there. Between who?
Right now, I believe it would be Greenskins outside trying to get into the temple, and by the cult, and the cult trying to keep the drow out of the temple.
This definitely sounds like the place that we are looking for.
You said the cult members that are in this temple were allies of the Valley. I remember? Did I hear that right?
Well,
Or
they are allies.
define
to,
allies.
They are allies, perhaps, to some of us. They are definitely enemies of the Greenskins and of the Drow and Dwerger, which I suppose makes them good enough. No, the Barrier man, Hex. No, he made friends with the Watchers, excuse me, the Chasers that operate out of the temple there in town. Along with the locally trained guards, the captain of the guard, and the mayor. That is basically the town's defenses. As well as any able-bodied man who can handle a crossbow or a spear.
Oh, any able-bodied man isn't exactly going to help.
Man, woman, and sometimes
So-
child.
So, sorry to break. Just to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. There's a temple in the town that basically everybody around the area is, defending at this point. The Valier member who got caught is working with the catchers to defend the temple.
Chasers. I believe.
Chasers. So
Chasers.
yes, I will make it
Chasers.
clear. The town of Vetterholm does have a temple in it. It is not the one in the mountains.
Okay, that's where I was getting confused.
Yeah, let me just check things.
There's two mountains, or two temples.
It would be the temple to Leliana. Which
The one that the
Chasers
Drow are in,
belong
or
to.
the one that's around the town?
The one in the town is the temple to Leliana. Relatively new, maybe only
I see.
100 or so years. The town of Vetterholm is about 1,000 people, including those who were residing in the periphery, in the mines. They are, however, chased into the town itself behind the palisade walls, and the Greenskins have done a very good job at keeping them in it too. They have not laid siege to it, however, which is interesting. They also haven't fucked with my master's mansion out there. Then again, we have more defenses and seals and charms on that I don't think any one of them would get to the side of the house. If they ever got over the wall, it would kill them.
Why is that exactly? Oh,
Which
The-
part?
the killing. Just
Both myself and my master are very powerful sorcerers.
Oh.
And
Oh.
Oh yeah, prove it.
Can-
Name every spell.
Was that
We'll start with
slip?
power word kill.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was that slip in character or out of character?
which one?
He said, well, like, we were powerful sorcerers.
No, that was me basically tripping over my
Okay.
words. Because I was gonna go with mage, but I'm like, no,
Never
that
mind
isn't
then.
really. Magic casters,
Well, that's-
casters, whatever.
that's fair.
Not
Okay,
specific
never mind
enough
then.
for this type of
Technically,
setting.
neither of us are sorcerers, but hair splitting of them. Plus, we have had a lot of friends over the years who are pretty talented in those regards, and always just a little bit of money to set up the right traps. Keeps out the unruly neighbors.
It's honest work.
They say the drow and the greenskins are fighting up in the mountains. Is this behind the veil or
Well, the
outside of it?
to put it out plainly, there is indeed a magical veil that lays between the town of Vetterholm and the old temple, the Asian one, up in the mountains. That has existed for quite a long time. I'm not entirely certain if it was my master that put it up or somebody else. I don't know. Perhaps it doesn't matter. The Greenskins have mostly operated out here in the open. They have done the burning and pillaging that have chased most of the regular people into the town. The Drow and the Dwerger are mostly operating in the tunnels and the cave systems below the mountain. A few of them have come up onto the surface, but it seems to be mostly for scouting or pathfinding missions. I know both of them have made attempts to push into the actual temple complex. I do not think either of them have been successful.
Is the temple warded against evil and such?
No, but about 80 people with Molotov cocktails generally acts as a rather good deterrent.
Trying to follow up on some information that seems like it may not be quite as literal as I first anticipated. I suppose a lot of fire is just as much of a curse as anything else.
There are definitely magical elements into the temple itself, however, I'm not very familiar with it. The entrance to the temple from outside is indeed warded, however, that would be the veil, which is a metaphysical thing which I believe once you go inside, it sort of robs you of time and direction, and eventually either you die in there or you wander out and it looks like 20 years have passed.
Is there any way around this veil?
There are, and from what I know, the Greenskins have figured out a way around it. You have to go deep into the mountains, south and west of it, and pick your way back. There are always other ways into these kinds of places, for those who look.
And this might not be an important question, but why is the veil not? Why is the drow hole not closed if it gives them so many problems?
I'm sorry, why does the drow hold on to...
No,
No,
why?
not-
Why do they not close the hole if it gives them so many problems?
Saying and doing are two very different things. It is
I
easier
also
said than
imagine it's
done.
not. I imagine it's not just one large hole in the ground where they're all spouting out from.
No.
If they've got access to the mines underneath the city, or underneath the town in the mountain, I don't doubt that they've got a handful of entrances and exits. Some
For a
more visible than others.
civilization that lives underground seems like a logical conclusion.
We also can't police everything. And there are things that are down there that perhaps trying to seal certain accesses would perhaps endanger other things. However, that is not my say-so to explain. The master
Probably
is indeed
better.
expecting you.
Yes.
I believe the little mutt has ran her mouth and said that you will eventually end up there. I love it when she abuses her powers. She's adorable.
It is, helpful to know precisely where we're headed in this circumstance, so...
And she is lucky that it is close enough that the likelihood of you going there is significantly more likely than you fucking off somewhere else.
Uh, well, she did ask nicely,
Well,
kind
it
of.
always helps. Both my master and myself have always been rather stern with her regarding the liberal use of divination, because most of the time it isn't very reliable.
Well, in this case, we have several avenues pointing us in the direction of that temple in the area surrounding.
Fate is a funny thing like that. Or perhaps a power bigger than us is deciding that for you.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I hope not.
I hope so. That means they have a plan for us.
Do you have a plan for us?
Me? No, I keep his houses. I make sure no one fucks with anything. I try to get him to play chess with me.
I'm sorry. Do you really want me to believe you're just a butler?
I'm not.
I didn't think so.
It's not an important question, but just something I might find amusing. Are we going to see you if we ever visit the Tobacco estate down near Venice home?
I believe I will be opening the door, yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I just sort of shake my head, knowing that I'm just like imagining what the logistics situation is, and is like, oh, there's probably some kind of
Either
transporting
homunculus or
this guy with
teleporter.
magic.
Is that that the thoughts of that like
Clone.
pretty plain on your faces?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I look slightly exasperated, not making, this face at him, but just sort of like
Oh, it's like the
upwards,
Howl's
like,
Moving Castle thing.
yeah. I dislike it when, or rather, Fernix dislikes it when it's like, oh, you could just like solve this problem like a normal person. Oh no, we got to use magic like a whole bunch, and he's like, just like hire some more people, just build a pulley system. Just it's so much cheaper.
But is it
Anyhow,
fun? Is
it's
it fun?
Yes. He gets annoyed at the nobility and all these rich people like spending all this money on things where he's like, it's not that much more convenient.
You have to remember that a lot of wizards do stuff because it's fun or interesting, not because it's financially the smart play.
Yeah, like
Yes.
building a gigantic spiral driveway that takes half an hour to walk down.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the part where he's sort of still diametrically opposed to the maybe the arcane way of doing things typically. For
I'll
some,
put it
anyhow.
this way. I'm able to do a lot of things whenever the hell I feel like. I mostly keep this job because I find it amusing. Because it brings me into contact with the right people and the right things. Plus, when he isn't home, I'm king of castle.
Suppose it seems mildly more appealing than getting beat within an inch of your life every other day.
We don't let
But we all have our taste.
Myself personally, if somebody comes at me like that, I just turn them into mist.
We'll try that next time.
Out of curiosity, do you get to dictate what the chefs prepare?
Yeah, when food is prepared, yeah, we're able to tell the cooks to make whatever we want them to make. We are very good
Ask
to the
them-
staff that we hire.
If you haven't had clotted cream, ask them to make that. I highly recommend it.
Well, if they don't know it,
What
which
is-
I wouldn't be shocked out there if they didn't. I'm sure I can find a book on it somewhere.
It's a lengthy amount of preparation, but I assure you it's well worth the wait.
And I suppose it would only be fair, considering everyone here has dropped their disguises. If he gestures towards Daxius, you are expected. He then gestures for the cat. You did not. I'm going to say that some certain things have happened because your aura has changed.
Sven says his job, but doesn't say anything. There's a lot he could say, but this isn't the place or time.
I can understand the need for caution, but also, please be understanding. It's not a matter that I would imagine is, typically relevant to this or most other discussions.
Well, I was going to go along the lines of, because you showed me yours, I would show you mine.
Whoa!
He,
I raise my eyebrow.
The change on him is very subtle as his legs vanish, being replaced by a
Wheelchair.
plume of mist, and his eyes seem to sink in, being replaced by fire.
Oh.
Oh, good. It's not some sort of network of permanent portals set up worrying about... God.
No, we don't trust those kinds of things.
Neither do I. It's so easy to hijack.
To be honest, I was
And then
expecting clones.
And you've got a whole house full of imps or some shit. And some shit. And a lot of imp shit.
Here, and in Betterholm, we mostly deal with just regular people. We pay them very well, and leave it at that. When you treat people pretty decently, they generally do what you want.
Are you doing this of your own will?
He hasn't made the last wish.
So no.
Could I
Not
fuck off if I
entirely.
wanted? Sure. In fact, he did technically make his last wish. He wanted a very expensive bottle of wine, but even I know that was bullshit. And because I make the rules, I decided that the last wish hasn't been made yet. It also gets me out of the fucking bottle.
It is rather
Fair enough.
convenient. And it
You know, we
seems
could
like a
offer you
comfortable enough job.
We could offer you a competitive rate.
I don't think we could.
I start taking out the thaumaturgic powder. No. Actually, wait, it's a standard action. No, I'm kidding. Be so fucked up.
Time does even as you're talking, he does revert back to his very human-looking form. Legs reappearing, simple eyes.
Oh, thank you. Does clear up a few questions that I had.
Well, in any case, I suppose we'll be headed out that direction
Rather soon.
here in
I
a day or
imagine.
two.
About a week, and I believe I'll be opening the door there and welcoming you in.
Most likely.
I believe my master
um,
has left behind several letters for you, but they are not to be given to you until you arrive there.
Of course not. It'd be too easy.
Well,
Don't think it makes that much of a difference at this point.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
there are certain things that the master wishes for you to prove, and he has both tasks to give you that help him and help you.
They better fucking help us.
I'm sure it'll be.
Man, I'm sorry, out of game. That's such a banger wish he must have did. I wish you would serve me as my bodyguard and servant. That's such a smart to get a genie to do that. That's so smart.
Pretty sure he explained that he's doing this because he wants to, not because he's forced to.
No, but I think I'm assuming that was one
If
of the
somebody-
wishes, and he's like, sure.
Well, that's always something that you'd be able to talk to him about if you ever have the time. Maybe not here, but if in Vetterholm.
Suppose we'll have more time to talk logistics once we get down there. Though, I was wondering, you seem to have a bit more of a finger on the pulse as far as the goings on of more upper class families. If you weren't aware, we were made an offer by the Ludendorffs. They were inclined to fund an expedition down to that area
Hmm.
in exchange for well, their cut, for lack of a better way of putting it. Would you be inclined to sway us one way or the other?
He kind of lifts his hands up as if he's doing this, and then like looks at it like nothing in his fucking hands, and then simply like leans back and says, "Let's just say the fates are out. If I know this man, I know he is certainly expecting certain things, and he is going to be disappointed by what he doesn't find. I don't think that will necessarily reflect poorly on you. Is it the father or the son, by the way?
Son.
Son.
Well, I don't think it was a secret affair.
Then he is not stupid, and he understands how the real world works. I have to be pretty careful with the words I choose, because let's say we've tried to fuck with time before. It doesn't go well. What I can say is that if you believe that taking the contract is catastrophic, I do not think so.
It's not as though it's binding us in any way other than, I suppose we would probably not get paid if we broke the agreement. Might be other consequences there as well, but if it proves not to be in our best interest, I see no reason why we should stick to the letter of things when the spirit's not being observed.
That is going to be how it is for a lot of it. The things my master wishes for you to do are for your eyes only. However, the resources that the boy, Ludendorff Jr., is it Christopher or Christoph?
Christoph, I believe.
Christoph. The resources that he will send with you might prove pretty valuable. The jury might be out on whether there might be complications or not. Humans are funny like that. And I do not speak of the Duke's son, I believe I speak of those who would travel with you. Humans can make such strange decisions. Sometimes at the last minute, for no fucking reason other than because they can. Or because they're too scared to.
Well, one does try one's best, but sometimes those split-second decisions end up being the right ones.
They can be.
It's unfortunate, rather a bit contrary to the notion that reason is the best, but it's not as though it's any better an approach than anything else in the end.
So, my conclusion is that taking it is fine. It might prove fruitful to have extra bodies. Not taking it, at least for a lot of the journey, I don't think would affect you too much. However, there will come a few key moments that it might be more difficult to handle without more hands. And I think I'm very much stretching what I'm able to say just by saying that. I'm very glad the master is up in the mountains. He would probably shoot me for that.
I think then that should be enough. Even if we are in need of extra hands, I could always take some time and call in some assistance. Not as though I'm below bargaining with a few individuals from other planes and whatnot.
I can see that people are not entirely convinced or happy with this situation.
Sven
think
takes
we
a
sh-
deep. Sorry, my mic was muted. Sven takes a deep breath in and out when Phoenix mentions bargaining with creatures of lower planes. Doesn't say anything.
No, I'm not below it. Meaning,
Oh,
I haven't fucked with them, and they're not gonna be like, yeah, that guy, the cleric with the one arm who's like, oh hey, get in here. Yeah, he's an asshole. Don't work for that guy, or like stab him in the back if you can for me. Thanks, bro.
okay. I get you. I get you.
Yeah. Not that I've also made a bunch of agreements in the past, other than, hey, you're cool with being summoned. All right, we'll chat. See you later.
It's
Anyway,
Yeah, but still, not like, in game.
Well, I don't exactly. To answer his question from earlier, I don't exactly see a reason why any of us should necessarily be happy about this. Not to be. I mean, this whole situation's shitty, no matter how you slice it.
It
But
is.
we're in it.
You are.
Someone said.
But unlike you are not bound to anything. If you felt like it, you could simply say goodbye and leave.
You really believe that?
Right.
I could just walk away from this? Any of us could just walk away from this at this point?
Fate is interesting.
Yes.
However, remember the thing I said about humans? And by humans, I don't necessarily just mean human beings, I mean mortals entirely.
Do not lump me in with every other human, please. I know
Will
I
you
parade
die?
around as one, but
If you will
yes,
die,
I know what you mean.
you are in that definition.
I think we're getting caught up in semantics here. We know what you mean.
Right.
What I'm saying is that the die isn't cast. The thing with divination is that it doesn't tell you what is going to happen. It tells you what is most likely going to happen. And the thing about those split-second decisions, as you said so much, they can change everything. For no reason. No logic. No luck. Just because.
In any case, it's a mess. But sounds like we've got a bit more to talk about before we've made any decisions.
Right.
Well, sounds like our business here is about finished, unless anyone else has something they wish to bring up.
any
Imagine
information that could be gained through this would be valuable, but I
We'll be having a
would not
conversation with him later.
I would not presume that information will be freely given. Even perhaps with payment, it would be given.
I will at least be able to give you one gift. When you speak with the Ludendorff boy, ask him about the toys he likes to collect. And try not to forget that who he is who he is. And who his father is as well, in relation to the prince. By which I mean, maybe don't piss him off, because I believe he could have you executed.
As long as inquiring after his interests won't do that.
No. Perhaps the way that I phrased it was a little flippant, but it wasn't inaccurate.
Perhaps my mind is just a little dirty.
What I want to say is that he likes to collect oddities. He's not always after things that powerful go kill people kind of things. Unique and strange. That is what is interesting.
I know the kind, yeah.
All right then. I suppose better head over before the sun goes down.
Wouldn't be the worst. My name is Emir, by the way.
Ah,
I'm the
I'm
head of the
sorry,
household when the Ritter von Torwatcher is not here.
Said Emir or
Emir.
You?
Y-M-I-R. Emir.
oh, okay. Yep. I figured I was like, if he's a Jin, I figured with an A, but
Oh, Amir.
it's honestly, yeah. Well, I'm like they're like said the same way.
Yeah, they
Is
are.
the
Yeah.
the thing I didn't think about until I was like, oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Close enough.
And I believe I had my name before the leaders down there in Missouri started using that as a title for their leaders.
Interesting. I may see if I can ask after that another time, though. I know you're busy as well.
Shockingly not.
Yeah.
I have a few things I need to prepare, but something tells me I have about a week to do it.
What do you wish to happen?
Well, I suppose that we're busy.
That is probably more accurate.
What do you wish to happen here?
I'm going to assume that you are speaking about the overarching situation rather than what do I wish choices you make or what you do in the short term, correct?
Yes.
I could be a total asshole and give a very typical genie answer.
So
What I-
you would. Never mind. Never
What
mind.
I want to happen? I wish people would learn to be satisfied with what they have. And I wish people would learn to share what they have with those who do not. Perhaps we could avoid a lot of horse shit this way.
I think that's one wish even you wouldn't be able to grant.
We cannot bring people back from the dead, generally. Although, couch it in the right phrasing and we can break that rule. We're also not supposed to compel people to do anything against their wishes in that kind of a way.
What I said was, I don't think that's a wish even you could grant.
Oh, I know. I heard.
No. I didn't know what you. I didn't know if
Very
you.
reason.
That was out of character.
Nope. In this voice, it is well within character.
Right.
What wall? What is that? Let me fucking gin. I do what I want. But
Oh.
no, it is not. Even if I were to compel all the people on Valor right now to act a certain way, the next generation would not be affected, and they would go back to being exactly who they are.
Nothing
Assuming
lasts.
no one else decides to bend the curve of things back to the way it was, or further.
I guess that's the other part about fate and destiny and all that kind of shit. It's like working with a bent sword. You can bend it into place, but it can snap just as easily back into the shape it once was.
Indeed.
A
It's
lot of
not
people-
as
Forgot.
sorry. It's not as immutable as it appears to some.
It is not. I have been around for a very long time. I've granted a lot of wishes, and most of them were pretty fucking shitty. People are who they are. You can't really change people, not in that way, at least not only one shot. People have changed over the years. But as a whole, not individuals, as a whole. But, I don't think we want to get bogged down in philosophy. I will wish you a fond farewell. Know that the door is open pretty much 24/7. Otherwise, if I don't see you, I will see you in 7 days. When I'm opening the door at the manor out in the country.
Well, look forward to seeing you there then.
Yeah. He stands up, kind of dusts himself off, and does like one of these as if asking, "Or is everyone good?"
Yeah,
We'll stand.
I swear to.
Give him a wave and check with everyone else.
Yeah.
Thank you for refreshments.
This time, instead of seeing you out, he simply raises his hand, the door unlocks and opens, allowing you to exit. He is still pretty courteous, like giving a shallow bow to you as you exit the house, and the door slowly shuts behind you as you drop down into the driveway. And yes, we are indeed going to be taking our break right here, as it seems like a pretty good cutting point.
Yeah.
Maybe like 15, come back at about
Maybe 2 hours.
55-ish, something like that.
Yeah. All
And
right.
Sounds good.
I guess we'll pick up then. So, see you in about 15.
All right.
All right, and we're back. Yeah, basically on time. It works for me. All right, so you just gotten through speaking with the Torwatcher Estate's esteemed houseman, the Jin Emir. Probably had some information given to you. Perhaps whether or not you are all satisfied with a lot of the information given is really up to you. But like Naya before, there was definitely an amount that he was able to give you and stuff that he was not.
Sven
I'm
would
pretty
do
sure
a lot of. Sven
we're
unfortunately
used
does. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure we're all used to vague answers and half information at this point. So
It's not a proper
Pretty
story if
much.
we're told all the answers.
yeah, we're getting there.
No, this isn't a story, it's real life.
I mean, I'd like to just
Or-
get
or
all of
is
the
it
answers
just
to every
fantasy?
single one of my problems from the person I ask, the very first person I ask. It seems like a reasonable expectation to me.
I think so, yeah.
Totally.
I'm glad we agree.
Okay. You're standing out in the driveway leading away from the house. I don't know what kind of state of mind you're in. Take it away.
Well, have we made the final decision on whether or not we're working with the Ludendorffs or not?
I think that the genie has told us what we need to know. I think that we should.
Mhm.
I
As
think
I've said,
that
it's right.
it is unfortunate that we would have to, but I believe that we must admit to our weakness,
We
especially
can't.
mine.
Well,
We have
can't
grown a lot, but the Underdark, from the stories that I know, it's a different creature entirely. It is. Things down there are so much more dangerous than they are on the surface, just as a baseline to survive.
I wouldn't have assumed that the Ludendorffs would be traversing the Underdark with us. I assumed it was more of the...
I more
The
mean
expedition.
that if we are dealing with Drow are a very scary folk.
Either way, I don't want to, but I'm on the side of yeah, we should. We should.
Then I think it's
We-
unanimous for now.
We need every resource we can get.
At the very
Besides-
least, if mhm.
I believe that if the Ark is in the Ludendorff's hands, it's maybe safer than in the Drow's.
They
Plus,
are better funded than us by quite a degree.
that as well.
Well, neither side's much better than the other, in my opinion. But
If we were to find the Ark, who would we bring it to? Where would we bring it? How could we promise that it wouldn't get stolen on the way? I am losing my voice doing this voice.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah.
that
I had to clear my throat by proxy there. I was like, oh, I'm feeling it. Wait.
I might have to step
Why?
back in the voice for a bit.
What are
fine.
they selling?
What are they selling?
Get out of here, smooth skins.
I don't really understand what the problem is. It's like you just got to do this for the entirety of a 300 sessions and in perpetuity going forward. I can't imagine any sort of negative effects on your physiology.
No crump with you, sweetie.
No.
So anyway,
what was the last thing you said?
It would be safer with the Ludendorffs than it would be with us. Even if we were to find the Ark, who would we give it to? Could we guarantee that it wouldn't get lost in transit by people who are looking for it?
Thank you.
If you ask me, I think the
that's that
best
one
people to leave it with are
Gotten a little bit.
well, we just talked to, really. Watchers.
Spence needs it in real life.
That's true.
Or
I'm not necessarily inclined to trust any major organization.
no,
The Veiled Archive, at the very least, has a better track record, I would imagine, than leaving it in the hands of some not random, but effectively random.
no,
noble
the
house.
the archive's just a fucking ticking time bomb at this point. There's so much shit under their control that eventually it's going to be scooped up by someone somehow. Maybe not now, maybe not for 100 of years from now, but eventually someone's going to find their way in there and steal some shit. And if this is amongst them, I don't want it to be. I don't think the Veiled Archive's the call.
Ugh.
As
Yeah,
I said, I don't think there's a lot of great options. If you all are inclined to trust the Ludendorffs, then I'll trust your judgment.
Oh, I didn't say I trust the Ludendorffs. I just said we needed resources.
I think it's better generally not to put all of the world-ending artifacts in one place. Just food for thought.
Not with Phoenix. Yeah. In any case, this is likely more of a conversation we should have when we actually are close to grasping it or even have it in our hands. For now, it's just... well, we have some time to think about it. In any case, we should make our way over. No point dilly-dallying any further.
Right. If we dilly-dally any longer, we may just shilly-shally.
Fuck does that mean?
I think that's the point where we cut.
Perdix refuses to elaborate further and just proceeds onwards.
All right.
Also,
Camera cuts north Ludendorff Palace.
yep. Also, don't worry. It's just an Advent Children reference from like 2006 or 7 or whatever.
Mm.
Whenever that came out, that English dub has got some choices.
All right. Yep. It's not a thankfully super far walk from the Torwatcher Estate to Ludendorff Palace, and by the time you get to the major thoroughfare running parallel to the property, you can see that a lot of the house has been maybe not reconstructed, but at least covered up. A lot of the burn damage and splinters have been mostly smoothed out, most likely by some sort of magic, and it's just a time of how much you can put everything back together before it's back in one piece. The gates, however, are pretty heavily guarded now, although thankfully the individuals who are manned there were there the night that it happened and thus recognize you enough that they just sort of give like a once over and then just, wave you in. Doing the bare minimum security job.
That's what they're
Yeah.
paid for.
Head up and knock on the door.
Say again?
Just head up and knock on the door, I guess.
Thankfully, it's a walk down the long driveway to the front of the house, and by the time you get to the front, somebody has already opened the door. It appears that there are guards that are standing or patrolling around near the house, and somebody has already, alerted them. So, a servant of some kind has come to open the door, and maybe you recognize them, as being one that was there during the dinner, but I don't know, kind of background noise. either way, they at least kind of know who you are and wait for you to enter. Before like slowly closing the door and giving you a, "I'll go get the master," and just turning and kind of slowly walking back to the stairs and upstairs and out of sight.
Thank you.
It leaves you alone in the foyer for a while, but it's a big room and it's full of a lot of weird shit just on display.
Oh, I will say I'm servant form.
I'll just detect magic and casually take some time to examine anything that might stick out.
Some of the pieces do appear as magic, although a lot of them don't register as very strong. There are suits of armor that are very visibly damaged. Perhaps they're being preserved that way because of who owned them. Perhaps they were family heirlooms or other art pieces. There are some more like usable items that what their use is not exactly clear just by looking at it, but a lot of them have a low level of magic to them, and even if you recognize what most likely they're used for, it's more of a, "Oh, huh, that's interesting," rather than, "Oh, that's super valuable, why is that on display?"
I guess, are we just waiting for them? Looking around?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's only a couple minutes, thankfully, before the servant, who is a human woman on the younger side, comes back with Kristoff following behind her. He is dressed similarly to the previous night. He's in much more casual clothes. It very much looks like he's been moving and working on something or overseeing shit or something like that. So it's sort of like businessman no longer in sport coat and has his like shirt open and sleeves rolled up situation. And he comes down the stairs and gives you an all a "Well, I'm glad you all finally made it back. Assuming nothing else has been learned, I haven't heard anything from Stauffer."
Not
Yes, we've
particularly.
He kind of gives like a, "Oh well,
Does he have any comments on my appearance? Does he look at me weird?
I think the eyes kind of like, I want to say, he looks at you and his eyes go like away, and then they come back to you because they're like, "Wait, hold on." And there's definitely that like you're missing like 2 feet of height, and like he starts going to ask something and then just doesn't fucking address it at all.
Sven looks away and pulls his hood up a little bit more.
He kind of clears his throat, looks to the rest, like the group as a whole, and says, "Well, if you're not here about that, what are you here about?"
Sign a contract.
"Very good. I'll he kind of like pats himself down, and turns and says, "Taylor, why don't you go get the?" And she kind of gives a nod and starts, moving away. She's gonna go find the house head and they'll bring out the paperwork. Why don't we go in and sit down or something rather than standing here in the lobby like a bunch of jackasses?" And he turns and
Sounds
starts walking.
I'll follow.
Sitting down, I mean.
He leads you into the same like withdrawing room I think you met with him first in. It is mostly the same, well decorated, well shelved, booked, furnished. There are definitely aspects of things are being worked on, so stuff is just being piled around, stuff that might have survived the blast or needed to be put somewhere else, and this is where there was space. We got most of the second floor put back together, but those bastards definitely did a number on the house, and well, I suppose it's reason enough to do some remodels, I guess.
It looks
Right.
looks nice. Like what
Yes.
how you've improved the place.
I can scarcely remember what it looked like last night already.
Is there like any like pointed conversation before the contract is brought in?
Yeah, Sven will speak up and he'll say, we are going to be leaving for a while. I was hoping perhaps I heard that you had knowledge or books or trinkets that could. I'm thinking about getting into the crafting of golems. I didn't know if you had anything that I could buy off of you. Just making at a game speaking now. Just making conversation while the contract's being brought up.
Okay. Do any like items in mind, or
So we can hash over the details between sessions or after this one. But Sven is just looking for, in general, books that contain the knowledge of it. Because I think, was it here that he originally read about golem making?
yes, and I believe you still have said book.
I don't know if I might have brought it with me.
On the Golem and Construct by Lilia Shora. It is under player documents under books and journals.
Okay. So yeah, Sven, this is where he originally got the idea for golems. And he'll say that, I got this golem book originally from here, and I was wondering if you had anything more on the topic.
I'm gonna say that he definitely has like some. I guess he tries to clarify whether you're looking for more theory or practical application.
Honestly, anything. I'm going to be bored out of my mind traveling for weeks on the road.
Right. Yeah, we've realized that we are going to need to work on our what's the term?
I would be willing to pay for a copy to be made of these books, so you do not have to part with them.
I'm gonna say that he definitely has things and is willing to either part with them or have them copied. Like that's not necessarily a problem. If you want to look for like something specific, certain topics, just let me know and we can kind of hash that out. Because obviously I don't have like custom books, written ahead of time for this very moment.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just trying to roleplay justify when Sven starts making golems, that it's not out of nowhere.
His answer is, yeah, I'm pretty sure if my collection here on the first floor library doesn't have something like that, I'm pretty certain that I might have something upstairs. It's not a topic I have a great interest or wealth of knowledge in, but a lot of things come into my possession in unusual ways, either as gifts or as purchases in lots.
If one had the means and the money, they could commission a great army of perfectly loyal, durable, repairable, low-maintenance troops.
If somebody had
Guards, even.
money and material, sure. I don't even think we have that.
No offense, but only a few, perhaps at the most 100,000 gold, and you'd have one of the strongest forces in the city. Well, no, that's not true.
It can be a bit
The
liberal.
houses.
Well,
Food for thought.
there are some tasks to which it's preferable to have a freely reasoning person taking the wheel.
Yeah.
He's just making conversation with this guy, and so
Yeah.
we can skip over it.
he makes conversation about it. It's very obvious like this isn't like a topic he has great interest or like a wealth of knowledge, and he seems to know something, but like, yeah. And also, there's so much bullshit that's like, oh yeah, just give a shitload of troops of like low level and have them cast magic missile like as a fucking line troop, and that would literally kill any army. Man, there's so much bullshit
Yeah.
that 100% if you thought about it for 10 minutes.
Whatever character you got, 100 first level guys cast magic missile on you. Do you have shield? No, dead.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like the golem that what was his name? Back at the previous city, the pawn shop golem.
Ash.
Like that thing probably wouldn't beat the military, but it would like really fuck them up on its own.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And that's just one of those things.
Yeah.
Like if you have the money to make like 4 or so, or like you have them with a bunch of other golems, you can really like just have a very small army.
Well, maybe about 10 or 15 minutes go by. I'm sure the rest of you are just riveted by this conversation, which I'm thinking that Sven is the majority speaker during.
Probably.
Seems like it.
I'll add in little bits to try and like, stir the pot.
Eventually, however, the maid and the obviously like his seneschal or somebody that runs a lot of his books emerges into the withdrawing room, walks over to a table where he places down the contract, and Kristoff himself walks over and says, I've been able to update a few things. I already have a group of individuals who would be interested in helming something like this. Most of them are just for security. The rest of them are to handle brute labor or are experts in the unearthing of items. Mostly be pretty self-sufficient as long as nothing absolutely insane happens. The group of security will be led by a man named Jag Holmes, who came to me highly respected and recommended by a friend of my father's who serves over in the Great Pantheon. Apparently he's done work over there. The rest of them are being handpicked by him. You won't be subservient to any of them, but they will be responsible for keeping the non-combatants from dying. And if reasonable, perhaps you could also help in keeping the archaeologists and other people from not dying. That would be preferable.
To the best of our abilities, to which we make no promises. They're going into dangerous territory.
If any resurrections are required, if the materials could be provided, that would be the ideal.
From what I understand, Holmes is not a cleric, perhaps he's a paladin with some strength. Is that something that falls into a paladin's purview, or is that strictly clerical?
Not typically, but there have been notable exceptions able to basically use the lay on hands to shove a recently dead soul back into a body.
I'm going to assume that he cannot do that.
Right. It's a fairly esoteric thing.
Other than that, are there any other outstanding questions, concerns?
Not
think
at
there was
the
one.
moment.
I assume that the specifics of how much food to bring, the general supplies, that's not something we have to go over.
No. That's going to be handled for you because I don't want to run Business Simulator 2024.
Yeah.
We'll just pull the caravan system out of.
I know
Big
it
region.
exists, and man,
It's
I-
really
I
poorly
just-
made. It's like
I-
explicitly broken in a lot of places.
I just throw all the food and the booze on the caravan, and I assume that we have enough. And I guess if we run too low, I hope y'all don't mind eating nothing but yogurt and everything associated with that will occur.
Yum yum.
How dare you?
Lesser restoration, baby.
I'll just make my own yogurt.
Oh, good. I'll just see.
Not a fan of that.
What was your fortitude save again?
Let's see. I could roll one for you now if you'd like.
Yeah,
I
just
wanna make a joke
in-
about no one watching this, but we just
Here.
had somebody like follow. Thank you for following. This
Thank
is the
you.
shit you wandered into.
Yeah. Follow for more reference of Daxius's yogurt.
Yeah.
Or
There's plenty
the
more where that
latest
came from.
hyperfixation on your part, whether it's the one crazy asshole or the other crazy asshole.
Yeah, just those two. There's not like a laundry list of like 35 of them.
So
Anyway.
speaking of assholes and yogurt, we continue on.
Are there any actually like outstanding questions?
Not
I was
here.
going to
no.
I was going to ask how aware of the mess over in Vedistrom are you aware of? How aware of the mess over in Vedistrom are you?
I have been told by representatives from the Ritter who has authority over that area that there have been some concerns. The individual who delivered that message put some emphasis on the word concerned, but then would not elaborate. I'm going to assume that there is some sort of problem. However, that is the reason why the captain and his men will be there, so that perhaps whatever it is, it could be resolved, or maybe it's resolved itself by the time you get there.
So, important thing to consider, we're probably going to be splitting up once once the arc is done to go to the Underdark, right? Like, we're not coming back here. Or are we?
Possibly.
If
I
we
mean,
live.
we're probably going to end up back in Lunabrook at some point.
Yeah.
Unless
should
things
we-
go so catastrophically wrong that we should not come back to Lunabrook.
Should we discuss how payment will be delivered once it's done? If
I
we're
would
not going
imagine
back
that
to
in the
Lunabrook?
case where we should not return to Lunabrook, we would not be in the position to ask for payment.
Well,
Yeah, most likely.
I think assuming like we do, and we are getting paid.
I think that would be in the contract either way.
Yeah.
Unless we want to like hash out legal details.
No. I'm also not running Law Firm 2024. I have
No,
taken
I was
probably
more-
a good mostly semester in business law, and no, I don't wanna.
I was more so saying that
Of this
like-
3 sentences.
I'm saying like suppose that we succeed and everything, but we don't go back to Loonbrook because we're going to the Underdark to go after these people. How do we get
Up
payment?
front.
Oh, we were fully paid up front?
No, I'm saying that's what you're suggesting is you want paid up front.
That or some way to receive payment once it's done.
I'm going to say that the money will be placed in escrow. So it'll be available for you once you come back. You wouldn't even need to claim it from Ludendorff. You'd be able to claim it from a bank.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about the monetary logistics.
I am. I'm getting paid for this shit.
Yeah, I mean it depends.
Well,
It matters depending on how much we're getting paid. Like if it's like, oh yeah, 50,000 gold, it's like, well, I kind of care about that.
I think
I think we're going to end up being able to get it at some point. Either way.
I'm gonna
The
say
huge
that-
issue, if we are pursuing them, we're probably not going to either want to go to Lunabrick or have them deliver 50,000 gold. Just in a
Yeah,
like a
like
letter.
how are they gonna?
That's
get
why I'm
back to
saying.
you?
That's why I'm saying it. Figure out how it's gonna work, but
That
it's
might be a not on stream kind of thing.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. I guess my only other thing was that you did mention there was some information you couldn't share until after we signed the contract. So
Okay, what's that? It's been long ago enough that I'm not even sure if I fucking remember what I was supposed to.
it's all right if we need to receive it in transit or something else. I understand the need to keep information at bay.
I can't fucking remember.
I'm getting like slashed in my neck too. You need to be careful your claw, buddy. You love to reach up to my face, and then I'm like, oh, I'm just petting my beard, and then it's like shrunk into my fucking lip. Yay.
Animals.
Big boy.
Hmm.
Silly boy. Going it, big boy. Big boy.
It might be something I have to come up with, and then perhaps share during the next thing, because man, I don't fucking remember.
No,
Fair.
The
it's totally
passage
fine.
of real time.
Yes, our favorite.
No,
Yeah.
that's very interesting. Thank you.
We're almost about to pass the real date in the in-game date again.
Yeah. Again.
Again.
I know there's been a lot of activity under the mountains. That the Drow and the Dwerger themselves have started riling things up. I've also been told that there are sightings of certain monsters on the periphery, and that I believe that the iron mine in the area has been withdrawn from due to being chased from it. I also am aware that there has been some kind of magical anomalies and disturbances in and around the mountain, which might bode well considering what it is being sought there, or it might not, considering I don't think we're the only people who have an interest in this, and perhaps somebody has already beaten us to the punch in some ways. Although if the information I have, which right now is a couple of days old at absolute best, if the fighting is still going on, that means nothing has been accomplished.
Yes. From our understanding, it seems that the mess is very much still in progress. And I would also not necessarily count on Verizon being a particularly easy journey, nor safe stronghold for us to set up camp. So,
Captain Holmes has suggested he was going to bring about a dozen men. Should I perhaps tell him that will be inadequate?
unless they plan on doing the fighting directly, I think it's fine, as long as they're able to travel quietly.
Mhm.
Perhaps it's best not to send the full academic team at the front of the line, if that's a reasonable request.
Indeed. If
Most
necessary,
likely.
I can summon some temporary assistance.
For context, it appears that there's a bit of a greenskin problem around the town. That doesn't appear to be going away anytime soon.
I might have to mention something to my father to perhaps gather a bit of information from the prince, considering that the local liege lord reports to him directly, and that might be something that perhaps the Olwics would be probably concerned about knowing, but that is court politics, and even though I most likely will be taking that position once my father decides to shuffle off his mortal coil, I don't have great interest in it. So,
And I might, to that end, ask that we keep things politically as quiet as possible.
Then it might be best that people might be shipped out. He turns and like walks over to a far wall where there's a sizable map of the Empire. It definitely is obviously some age. New enough that it's usable, but not like new. He points to a town up the river Elm that says Heimsdorf and says, "We might send out teams in individual groups along the river. Everyone will convene there, and you will make your way to Vetterholm either together or in discrete groups based on new information learned along the journey or at the suggestion of whoever will be taking charge of this, whether it's Captain Holmes and his people or yourselves if you are willing to take a vanguard position. The key here, once you get out of the city, is to make sure the academic team perhaps do not die. Most of them are coming from the university, and I don't want to have to explain to them why several of their professors are dead. Then again, I might be able to simply resurrect them if you were to manage to reclaim their corpses."
If
I can perform that duty as well, if required. Just to, well, I'm hoping not.
There's definitely a look on his face like, that's kind of fucked up to say out loud. But we're just gonna cruise on right past that.
We'll hope it doesn't come to that.
Well, okay. First of all, logistics problem. You are talking about a spell with a 1 per caster level day requirement that they died, meaning that they probably would have at most been able to die like a day or two before we had this conversation for us to even be able to get there and resurrect them in the first place. So if we get there and then their body has to get transported back,
I might be able to send materials with the captain. I'm assuming, considering he's coming at the recommendation of the church, that he has somebody. We'll take care of it there. Let's perhaps hope it just doesn't come to that.
I
think
always
that's probably
do.
better. But I think the idea of having a temporary stop at Heimsdorf for the less martially inclined, while the vanguard proceeds forward into Vetterholm to make sure that the path is clear, is probably the best approach.
Probably for the best, I can send the academic team with money in order to put them up into Heimsdorf for perhaps up to a week if necessary, so that they don't present themselves as a rather juicy target for whomever.
Right.
And yes, as for politics, I mean, if we're going the route of keeping the Olwics out of this, I'm well aware that the Ritter in that area seems to be rather well informed on everything, and that concerns me, but he seems to be less inclined to intervene in situations like this as long as nothing necessarily happens to his people or the area that he's in, and I'm assuming I would know something by now, otherwise. I don't know who the man is, but I feel like he's better informed than I am. Anyways,
There are many people in the city who know more than you'd think.
I was
A lot of people, actually.
I was wondering where he got all his information from. So,
either way, hopefully you'll find an ally in him and his people, and yeah, whatever you find, the ideal thing is to recover it. If that is not possible, possibly destruction will come in, depending on A, if anything actually exists, B, if any of it's actually usable, and C, if any of it is actually transportable, I will leave that decision up to everybody who's there, as that will be something they need to make on the ground.
Right.
Right.
I think for now, that is about as much as I have to say. Or any other questions?
Not at this point.
Rufus here will be acting as our witness, and he gestures towards like his basically accountant who steps forward and puts a tray down with like writing equipment, like it's a pen set. The man then, like in a rather subdued voice, basically says, "All you need to do is sign here, and that's it. I'll be signing as the witness, and that is all that's required." And he kind of steps back in that kind of formal way.
Really? We don't need to sign with our blood?
Next,
You are welcome to sign with your blood if you so please. However, you must use your own pen. We do not wish to share in the bodily fluids.
Pussy. I don't say that.
Old Sven creeping back in.
Yeah, Sven, can I
That-
sign with your blood?
I'll also sign Sven's blood.
That's like,
all right. Gather around.
It's just slowly stab at Sven and just lower, just worsen his already awful constitution.
Yeah, he's only got like 20 hit points, so he's probably going to be dead after this.
Yeah.
I went to lick the pen after we were done.
I actually took toughness as a feat, so I have 33.
Ooh, okay.
Wow. That's like slightly more than one hit from Vic if he doesn't roll
Yeah,
very well.
no. Surprisingly, I still have to buy 2 feats or something. Like, I can't figure out what to buy.
Yeah, it's
You don't have-
legitimately
you can
like
always
upper casters. You're like, this seems useless, and so does everything else. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that are
literally
like +1 to attacks with like array, I guess. If I
It's
even have those.
like my class and stuff gives me all the feats I need. So I'm like trying to figure out what the fuck to get aside from that. So I
You don't have-
genuinely just got toughness because otherwise I will get one shot.
It's honestly one of those ones that I'm like, it used to be like a horrible trap option in 3.5, and now it's like always solid. Like honestly.
Yeah, it's really hard to go wrong with it.
If I may make a suggestion, endurance and die hard.
Well, that's
What about-
tied to his constitution score.
Does that require a minimum of like 12?
No. I mean, the effects of Die Hard are you can fight into your negatives all the way until you die, and that's only up to the maximum of his negative constitution score, which I think you said was 6.
Negative
Yes.
6 still better than doing it when he gets to
Yeah.
0.
It would be better to just take toughness again if possible, because you would literally get more benefit and not spend an extra feat.
There's probably a feat to give you an extra favorite class bonus.
I'd say
Anyway.
we'll probably discuss it too, because
Yeah.
I was having to look into this myself, and I'm like, I know it's hard to honestly even remember that shit.
Well,
If you don't have spell,
either way, in that case,
You know what's- I'll be quick. If you don't have spell penetration, get that. If you do, start looking at meta magic feats.
Okay. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it off stream.
Yeah. Or spell focus if you've got all of one, like element or school or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some other options on top of that, but we don't need to. We don't need to do build discussion right now.
no. So, I'm assuming...
We sign.
If no one else,
I sign.
if no one else
We
is
sign,
going
we
to,
sign.
okay, yeah,
Mhm.
I'll
Sure.
sign.
I make it.
Tentatively.
I make a big signature with a little like 7-pointed star added onto my name somewhere.
I do an
Taking my
8-point star.
time. Nice.
Do
So
a
room for anyone else
12-point
to sign.
star.
Yeah, if you do that, I actually look like I'm like that's fucking cool. Hell yeah.
I'm going to sign under the name Jim Piper.
Were you fucking really?
I'm not putting Daxius down. Is
Huh?
that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna sign as John Bon Jovi.
This isn't even his real name. Anyways,
We all sign.
he'll
Next scene.
sign. His seneschal acts as the witness, and once that's done, he takes one of the blotters, blows on it. Everything seems to be in order. He rolls it up, and then takes it over to have it sealed. After that, you are free to as you please.
I had one question. This paladin, Captain Holmes, what god does he serve?
From what
Ooh,
I've
that's a
been
good question.
shockingly, my best guess is Darian.
That's my guess too.
He does not wear it proudly on his armor and...
Well, I've
Next.
never met the man. This came as a recommendation through my father. I'm assuming if my father made a recommendation like that, it's not something bad. So I merely took it as a good suggestion. But if my best guess, I believe... And he kind of, like, walks over to his desk to, like, check to see, like, information, but, like, it's very obvious it's, like, correspondence either from his father or something else. He kind of goes through things. Before finally just kind of stopping and saying, no, the letter doesn't say, but my best guess either is Arian or Xthanis.
I'll go with Azarian for now. That seems to make the most sense.
What I've been told is that he's a hard ass, but he's effective and is responsible. So,
So is Arian. Right. And one last thing. I was just for the sake of the investigation and all that, and how this might relate to what we're doing going forward. I was interested in taking a look around your place that went boom, the lab, and also anywhere else you might hold any toys you like to collect.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I was interested to know if there was anything relevant in your collection that I might be able to take a quick look at.
well, the alchemy lab, I'm gonna say there's not really much to look at for obvious reasons.
Right.
Right.
As for... Let's just go upstairs.
Take the lead.
Almost forgot about that.
Yeah.
Thank God
Yeah.
you remembered.
I wasn't gonna
I was-
correct
I was-
him. I was like,
I-
whatever.
I was waiting. Yeah.
He does lead you upstairs. You go past like the same paintings and shit that you like passed the last time you were here.
Oh, dude.
Let's
Why?
fall on the ground.
Stop it.
Or scratch and
Sorry,
bite
just-
and
Christ.
yep, we'll go scratch and bite.
Ow.
Animals, we love them.
The like same exact fucking point on my kneecap, I swear to God. Every time.
Doesn't like those knees.
It hurts so much more than the other one. It's like,
Ooh.
oh God.
So,
Hmm.
he leads you down to the far end, where it's like a wider like end of the hallway where there's like other doors. You can see that everything in here has been fixed up. The wallpaper that has been replaced is very obvious that it's been replaced because of the color difference. Like the newer stuff is much brighter. And he opens the door and steps back and says, "Well, that's the rest. The last of the alchemy lab." Inside you will find a pretty sizable room, about like 30 by 40. Most like the floor has been replaced. Most of the roof and ceiling has been replaced. The walls are being replaced, like, but mostly are just framed up. In the center, you can see like where it's obvious that the floorboards were being reused, most likely just being magically mended. Where there are places that are like more vividly colored than others, where things probably sat on them, display cabinets or workbenches or anything like that. Most of the center of the room has like a square edges where like some sort of table probably sat, and the far corner has like an area where like something round sat. And God, this is actually one. This is a check I think kind of sucks because I think the one player who knows about this probably isn't here anymore. Somebody have knowledge engineering?
I do.
think.
All right, give me a knowledge
I
engineering.
do as well.
Oh yeah, you can do it untrained too, even if you
Do I
didn't.
take 10? Or do I risk it for the biscuit? I'll risk it. Nope.
I guess, well, Vic and Daxis, I think you. I'm gonna basically do tiers to like of success. I think you're able to tell that where the blast came from probably came from that side of the far side of the room, based on like the damage and what needed to be replaced. It seems like everything in the far corner is completely like blasted out, but things back here towards the door where you entered seems to be mostly intact or needed minor to moderate repairs. It also seems like not only was the floor blown out, the walls blown out, the ceiling blown up, most likely the rooms below had the floor like just collapse right down into it.
That checks out.
Yeah. As long as we're asking questions and looking at stuff, something that crossed my mind while you were talking earlier. Just going back to like the beginning of the session, one of the questions that was answered mentioned something about a working projector. Can I like roll Arcana or something and see like, is that like a terminology for like something you'd use in like some sort of like making of a like an item or a ritual or something more advanced?
I want you to give me both a knowledge arcana and a knowledge engineering.
Okay. Ah,
Woof.
fuck. I'm gonna use an inspiration and I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
You know what? I'm not gonna be using the 20 anywhere else this day. I'm gonna take 20 on this
Okay.
instead with that inspiration and
Okay.
engineering.
Engineering. Okay. It is a terminology used in both, obviously. On the engineering side, it can be something like a, oh god, what is that called? Not just a slide projector, but there was, like, something from this era. Shit me, why? Cannot think of it.
Well, like another kind of projector, or
Yeah, it's another type of a projector, but it's generally speaking, like what you put behind them are like glass, like painted glass, and it projects a like an image, which
But
did exist
I-
in
I-
this time period.
Don't
Was-
think you're thinking of this, but I'm thinking of like the pinhole camera shit.
I was like, I don't know if that's right, but I'm like, I think Phantasmagorias might have been.
That's it. It's a phantasmagoria.
Yeah, I was like, I don't remember exactly what they were, but I'm like something along that line.
Yep. Yeah. It's a phantasmagoria. both to project images and information, mostly just for entertainment. On the arcane side, projectors can be used for such things as concentration of energy, specifically to use for higher level spells or for things that are more permanent. Because you, even though it's not a natural 20, you still took 20 on it. People often believe that the large stone in the keystone on an elf gate is a projector. That is what's actually keeping the teleportation portal permanently open, is a functioning projector. However, the proof of that is scant at best, because nobody's desperate enough to destroy one of them in order to confirm it.
Concerning.
What are you thinking of, Daxius?
Could I look through some of your items, toys, if you will? I'm just curious about your collection. Is all.
Okay.
I'm wondering what their interest might have been.
He after having followed you into the room and kind of gestured around for everything, it looked like he was gonna explain, like, perhaps like what he thought was happening here. Kind of stops and says, sure, I still have some storage, things that thankfully survived. He turns to the rest of you and says, please look around if you want to. Just don't fall through any holes. Or do. It's your life.
I look down in like panic in a second, just considering like, is part of the floor illusory? Oh god. Oh,
No,
wait.
but there are very obvious places where it's like, oh yeah, that's just like cloth placed over it because, well, there's no roof above it.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair.
Thank God we don't have like a roll for dumb opinion. He leads you back out into the hallway, and takes you up like a few doors. He then takes a key. Like, this one is very obvious. The other one wasn't locked, probably because what's the fucking point? But this one is locked. He unlocks it and opens it up and says, nothing's really pretty because none of this stuff was put on display, but there's stuff here that... He, like, pulls the key out and, like, gestures to the key hole and says, I think they popped the individuals who were in here, not just last time, but also in the day before, and he points to a door across the room that goes into my private library. That door was picked open, and I think they might have made an attempt at this one, unsuccessful. He opens the door, and inside, it is storage. It definitely looks like this might have been like an actual bedroom. It's pretty sizable, longer than it is deep. But everything in here is like, there's display, but a lot of it is covered with drop cloths. And the dust, like there is like some dust that's like laying here and there, not like deep or anything, but it's very obvious that like no one else is allowed in here. Like the staff aren't allowed in here, even to clean.
So, out of game, weren't we told that like nothing was actually missing? They just left the thing.
No, when questioned about it, he said that a book was stolen, and that he didn't realize it because his personal library, each one of the books has a wooden cover that you put the book into and then slide it into the shelving, which protects it from being like worn or weathered by like exposure to light. So he had no idea it was gone until he went and, looked through to see if anything was missing, and saw that there definitely was something missing.
It's like Treaty of the Air Blood.
Yep.
Something summoning soul eye and magic.
Yep.
Is that the one written by Villain Starakius?
No, Treatise on
Or
the
is
Air
it the other
Blood is
one
by
they stole?
Theridian Orxena. The other one that he is that he fetched something similar to that, or topic that he happened to be using at the time, which was a personal journal belonging to Valen Starakius, who was the court wizard under the last two emperors.
Okay. So that was the other one that was stolen, right?
Yes, he still has the journal.
Oh, he has the journal.
Yeah, he still has the journal. It was the treatise that was stolen. Yes. Which is indeed what the Drow said in their answers, which was found a book on the corrupted elven knowledge of dead magic, but not the one from the mad human wizard.
Okay, so that's what they were referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that they had stolen both of them for whatever reason, or I was mixing information up.
He does let you in, and like steps back and kind of calls down the hallway. Anybody need information, or are we all good for now?
Not me. Never mind.
It's to the three people in the room down the hall. It hasn't been that long, like maybe 60 seconds.
Oh.
Up. And this is how the world ends.
Rest in peace.
Rocks
Yes,
fall, everyone dies.
Let's take a bit of a break, and we'll see if we come back.
No, but I'm the DM now.
Alright, technology has decided it's gonna work for now until
Okay.
further notice. So,
It wasn't the cats that time. That was
Shocking.
also gravity started that whole shebang. Just the power brick sliding slowly out of the wall.
we love technology, don't we, folks?
Yeah, I'm gonna
No.
masking tape that shit to the electrical socket. I don't care if it's unsafe. I'm tired of that stupid thing.
Alright, what were we doing? what were we doing? Like,
I
Your mom.
was talking with the younger.
yes.
Uh,
Yes, I believe the last thing that was asked was him yelling across the room to say if there was any other questions.
Basically asking if everyone was alright in the other room before paying attention to the individual that he's, showing around this one.
I assume we all give the thumbs up.
Yes.
Yes.
Assuming I'm basically in, like, art nerd goes to art gallery mode. Or museum. Or...
This belongs in a museum when we find the Ark.
Sorry, I just have to point this out. I realize more and more often, the more I pay attention to spells, the more that their material components are just jokes.
Yes, that's
For example,
exclusively what they are.
Stop.
I just realized. I went through
not.
detect thoughts because I was looking for something.
It's a penny.
Yeah, it's a copper piece. A copper for your thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh
God
my
damn it.
fucking god. Penny for your thoughts.
Yeah, anything with a material component, it's a joke.
That's really funny.
Except for when it's really fucking not. And then it's a pain in the ass.
If it has value, it's not a joke. If it doesn't have value, then it's a joke.
I still don't know what Tasha's hideous laughter is supposed to be, but it's like a feather and tiny tarts, and it's like you throw the tarts at them and you wave the feather around. I think it's too abstract for me to get, and I usually like abstract humor.
I mean, the feather could be for tickling them, but that's also
That makes
it's
more
5e stuff. Oh yeah, ant hall, a small pulley.
Oh.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. That is literally, it's like we're just doing memes and jokes in the fucking descriptions.
Yes.
Like that.
Fucking stop it! God damn it! Stop! Stop! Every fucking time!
Oh, we love cats too.
Listen, I'm not yelling at you to exercise my damn lungs. A, you're being obnoxious. B, technically, if you get the electrical socket out of there, you could possibly electrocute yourself.
So,
I'm gonna take some coffee for that one.
so
Hoo boy.
you are shown into the room.
I don't start screaming at his artifacts.
Just yelling
to
at an
clarify.
empty room and running over to a wall. The other two are
Everyone's
watching on in like fucking abject horror.
Everyone's all quiet, and then there's just screaming, and it's like go over, and there's just like a little picture of like a clay like clown in a frame, and Fernix is just like
Oh god.
losing his fucking mind.
Goddamn carnies.
Hmm.
It's scary.
Okay, so
Wait.
most of the displays that are in here, like I said, they're all basically covered by drop cloths in order to protect them. Most of them seem to be relatively small. There are a couple of larger ones towards the far end. The shapes, some of them are kind of pretty obvious. You can tell, like, one might be a set of armor, another one might be a weapon, or some of them are less easy to figure out, I suppose, where they're odder in shape, or they're like large but their purpose isn't very obvious. Things like that.
Can I just look around for anything I think could be used as a projector?
Give me
You know,
a
if we wanted to, we could use detect magic and try and search for it that way, but that feels like it would also take a very long time. You know what? That's what Sven's doing. Sven's helping out by doing detect magic.
You're basically going to be flashbanged if you use detect magic in there.
I know.
give me a d20.
Me?
Yeah,
Or
give me a
Sven?
d20.
Me or Sven? Daxius.
Me or Sven. Me or my character. Be specific.
Yes, I want
Come
your
on.
character to throw a d20 at the nearest window.
All right, I'm rolling it in case you mean me.
Okay.
Just in case.
Did you mean Sven?
And
So,
Sven, you
the
don't necessarily feel any kind of magical stuff in the room that was blown up. There obviously isn't much left inside.
So with detect magic, you can get the school of something.
Mhm.
Which is what I'm kind of going for, is just gonna look around and like look at stuff and anything that has the right school that would make sense for what we're looking for.
I
So
think
you're
you
not in the
think
same
you're.
room as Dax.
Narrowing down what we're looking for.
I think
You're not in the same room as Daxius.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we
That-
were. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm like, you're in a different room.
Well,
Yeah, the three of us are still in the explodey alchemy room.
Yeah,
Up
Yeah, he
perched
brought
upstairs?
only me
yeah, because
upstairs.
he's the only one that went.
Okay.
Um,
And where was the Phantasmagoria again? Was that on the?
possibly in the far corner of the room that was blown up. Yeah.
Okay, so it was like they would have gone for it if
Mhm.
that had been it.
Yeah, it was in the exterior wall. You go through the room, like kind of lifting up a few drop cloths, and a lot of it, it's like, it's neat, but like without the proper context, it's like, oh, that kind of looks like a collar, or okay, that just kind of looks like a gauntlet, or shit like that, where it's like the purpose of them isn't very obvious. A couple of them just seem like art pieces, vases and paintings, although a lot of them seem to be pretty old. The vase is definitely porcelain, although the style of porcelain doesn't look like something you'd recognize from like being made recently, and the
Okay.
images that are on it probably depict either dwarves, I think dwarves and elves, but it's a lot of stuff like that.
As we're going through, I'll ask like probing questions, just small talk as I'm looking.
Okay. A lot of it he like, well, I guess it'll depend on the question. I feel like most of them he'll be like, he'll give some sort of an explanation, not that it'll mean too much. You get to an end where there's like a larger thing covered in the corner. And as you like, you open it up, and what's underneath, it's pretty sizable. I want to say it's like height-wise, maybe about as tall as you are. Probably about maybe as wide across, but it basically looks like a big fucking kettle drum. Like mounted on like something to move it, like shit, how do I describe it? You know those things that you like mount a pot on to swing over a hearth?
Oh yeah, the little like the S-curved things.
Yeah, basically two of them. So it's like almost like what you would pour like molten steel into. It's not very deep, and it looks like there are pieces of glass around the edges that it's obvious whatever this was smashed. The metal is dull. It's a dull gray. And you can kind of tell it's definitely old, but based on the make, it doesn't really give away who made it or what its purpose obviously was.
I'm sorry. S-curved item you'd hang above a hearth? I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
It literally looks like a metal. It's a metal like double hook. It just is in the shape of an S. It's a really old like. I assume just like basic like metalworking thing. It's like been around for at least since like the Middle Ages and stuff. It's in one of the earlier books that shows like an actual picture of like their cooking equipment and setup. So, yeah, it's just kind of like a double hook thing you could put through like a chain or over a rope or whatever to hang stuff off of.
This is like the fucking shittiest drawing I can throw together all at once. We go to the drawing pad and kind of get an idea as to what it looks like.
Yeah,
I'm not great, and I'm using.
Is that
my
like
mouse.
a top-down view, or
no? This is like what it looks like as you're looking at it straight on.
I have. I'm sorry, I have no clue what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I almost want to see if I can find the things somewhere else, but
Either way, I'll
I'll go to this and then like switch over to the other stream. So maybe when I see my shitty drawing. So it's all up on a metal metal base, like it's a couple inches tall. There are two like mounts that go up from the side that seem to latch onto the exterior, allowing the centerpiece to like rotate. It's like a bowl, like a drum or something that goes down like to a not a point, but like it gets deeper towards the center than it does towards the edges. And on this side, you are able to see that there are pieces of glass, like clinging to the edges of the interior lip. There is a metallic like rod that goes out towards the center that has nothing attached to it, and the purpose of it doesn't seem very obvious.
No, it really doesn't.
Hey, no sharp your claw, please.
Just turn to
Put that on me.
Christoph, the younger. The purpose of this one is having a hard time understanding it.
From what I can tell, it was some kind of art piece. He goes out and like grabs the edges and like rotates it back and forth, like showing that it can be like moved. He's not just like up and down, but the base swivels as well. And he's like, I'm not sure what exactly the purpose was, but maybe it was some sort of musical instrument, and obviously the top of it has been destroyed. A friend of mine who did an expedition out towards the sea found this in a cave that had been opened after the tide had withdrawn and the side of a low cliff gave way.
I want to roll a sense motive. I've been asking him probing questions this whole time about all these magic items. And based on how he reacted and being like open about this stuff, not like more like hesitant to answer about this stuff. I just want to see if he's bullshitting me with this.
Okay.
God fucking damn it. I can't roll for shit today.
Nibbly
Okay.
baby. Nibbly.
Okay. I think it's like he obviously isn't like leading you, like showing things off, but he's letting you like and explaining when you ask about things. His answers are direct. They're not like elaborative, but they're not curt. This explanation is probably the most detailed, but it's the one you've asked like the most about. And it seems to be about as honest as he's, at least that he seems to know.
If it's just an art piece, why leave it in here?
Because
You have a lot
personally,
of-
it's ugly as hell.
Yeah, it kind of is.
But the metal it's made out of is hard as all hell. And it's always been one of those tasks that I want to figure out what it is, and I never have the time to do it. And whenever I do have the time, I forget about it. Because there's always too much other stuff that I have to do.
What does it look like on the top of it again?
Top meaning like when it's situated like this or when it's rotated.
I have to go to the stream to see, right?
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Because why in the world would I have gotten my normal setup done when I've been? Oh yeah, yeah. I was wondering if it is like it looks like something is supposed to sit in the top of it.
I want to say so. Either in it, on top of it, or both. Like something's supposed to be there that obviously isn't anymore.
And it's like Does it look like it's been like busted up there, or
Yeah.
does it still have?
Like I said, there's like a glass that runs around the edges that appears to be that there might have been something on like running across it, but it's gone. It's long gone. Nothing but jagged
Yeah.
edges left.
And it's is the object magical? Well,
No,
I was actually going to ask that.
I was-
I wanted to.
No,
inspect
actually,
it.
it's not.
have you considered the make whole spell?
I will ask him. Have you considered the make whole spell? Unless you're here, Phoenix.
Thing is, don't you have to have all the pieces for it?
I think so.
Probably. You don't know where this last piece
It's
is? It was found like this?
I mean, mending also is like that. Oh, all the pieces of the object must be present for the spell to function. And for make whole, as mending except it repairs the extra. Okay, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't aware.
I figured the pieces had to be available. And his answer is going to be, it was sold to me like this. This is what the individual told me was in there. If there was any broken or smashed pieces on the ground, something tells me he probably didn't notice.
You
Well,
said this was found where?
Out on the coast. Not too far from Newgard, from what I understand.
It's definitely not a lighthouse lens. I'd know that right away. But it might be possible to infer what the shape of the glass is from the remaining pieces.
Well, a lighthouse lens in this functionally wouldn't exist. A lighthouse is just sort of a burning...
Oh. Well, you normally would put, like, mirrors behind it in order to focus the...
Oh, yeah. Honestly, that's not a
But
bad... That's
you're
not a
not
bad
wrong.
guess. Then... Like, even if it's just a, like, a shine bit of metal that you move around, like, around the actual fire, that's not a bad idea. The metal is definitely very dull, but, perhaps it just hasn't been really treated in that way.
I kind of like it. In a weird, esoteric way. There's something about it that draws the eye.
I wish I had a way to tell how old it is. But I'm not an expert on stone cutting or anything of that nature.
Well, whatever it is, it sure isn't much use anymore. And he goes over and, like, hits the side of it, and it makes a loud, dull, like, thudding noise. But I can't bring myself to get rid of it.
Why not?
One of these days I'll have the time to look into it, and... Well, I'd like to be the person that actually figures it out, as opposed to selling it off to somebody else. Then again, I'm getting close to the point where I just don't think that's gonna happen. All I know is it doesn't feel... He just kind of looks at it again and says, I can't really name anybody that would build something like this, art piece or otherwise.
While he's saying that, I want to get closer and I want to inspect like every part of it and see if there's like a maker's mark, any like script, written small on it somewhere on the underside or
Give
something.
me a perception check.
Probably gonna roll a 1. Hey, it's decent.
Mm. You're gonna find along the base that there are some symbols. However, they don't really match any language that you speak. However, they weirdly seem familiar in a way. You also find a solid hole along the bottom. Um, kind of like 90 degrees around the base from the markings. However, when I say hole, I mean it's very obvious it was placed there.
Hmm. Well, I know you said you'd like to look into it and solve its mystery, but it seems like you have a lot of mysteries to deal with, and, well, perhaps I could take a crack at it. It interests me.
Well, I considered it for the right price.
How much? Or this is more of an open bid.
I guess you can put in a bid and I'll consider it.
How about 1,000?
I paid more for it when it was new. Well, new. When it came
How
to
much
me.
did you pay?
I paid the Explorer just shy of 2.
Hmm. As he says that, I just like I keep myself composed, but underneath I'm like gritting my teeth, like, oh, it's a lot.
Yeah. Could be.
Hmm.
Could go into the party fund.
3.
Well, I'll get it out of the corner, I suppose. I'll definitely consider it. My question will be, where are you gonna put it?
Well, somewhere safe, I can assure you. Somewhere where no prying eyes can get to it.
When you came here the first time, you introduced yourself as being a representative of,
Cyrus Hatsball, yes.
the Hatsbolts, correct, yes. The second time you were here, what form were you in?
I've been in the same form every time
So you're
I've been here.
still in the same form presently?
Yes. And I can assure you that this is for my own interests, not Cyrus's.
Yes, I prefer it doesn't go back to that fucking asshole. He doesn't
I
share
may-
his toys. He doesn't get to come gawk at mine. Then again, I actually do things with mine. He just puts them in a... Oh, that's just... He just kind of like, you know, just lets that rant oncoming just go. Like, and just...
Leaves them to rot, to sit around, collect dust, and show them off to people who don't understand what they mean? Yeah. I'm aware.
Yes, pretty much that.
Look, I might be employed under the man, that doesn't mean I have to like the man.
Well, as long as it doesn't end up back at him, I don't care.
Oh, this is for me, myself, and I only.
Well, I'll consider it sold. I'm probably not going to do anything with it between now and then. If I happen to learn something by some strange miracle, I'll let you know, but something tells me that isn't going to happen. I
Well.
wouldn't worry about transportation at present. It isn't going anywhere.
Well, until it does go somewhere, I'll reach into my pocket and just, in the form of platinum, I'll bring out 1,000 gold. Consider this a down payment.
He takes it and says, I'll let Rufus know to add it to the accounts, and he'll draw up a bill of sale.
And, I appreciate your business, and, well, I am mighty impressed by your collection here, and quite honored that you'd let me into such a sacred place.
Yeah, if only I had more time to restore and actually research half of these. That's why I haven't really... Hell, this expedition's probably the first time I've thought about adding anything to the collection in a couple years.
Well, maybe if you find something interesting, I might be able to sell it off to you.
Here's hoping.
Well, I don't believe I see anything else of interest. I've gone through your entire collection, and, well, Not exactly seeing what I thought I might find.
Mhm.
Unfortunate, but not unfruitful. I appreciate it.
Mhm. The three of you back in the room, with the two of them gone, especially with Kristoff like no longer um, not babysitting you, but like supervising. You're able to get a look around and kind of tell. Actually, everyone, give me a perception check that's in the room.
All right.
Okay. All right. So, based on the mostly restored damage for both Vic and Phoenix, you were able to kind of tell where most of the damage definitely came from that corner. Standing in that area gives you almost like a trajectory of damage that as it went out into the room. You can see where scorch marks are up and down the wall, kind of being like cleaned out, but not quite yet gone, or perhaps being wallpapered over. In the wall, excuse me, not the wall, in the floor around you, you can tell where there are pock marks and even what appears to be drill marks. Perhaps something was secured to the floor before it was either destroyed or moved somewhere else because, well, yeah. Based on where everything is laid out, and especially the damage, it's very obvious, like, functionally the magical shootout happened. And probably what made it go up. Give me a knowledge arcana, everyone in that room. Alright.
God damn.
Nice.
Okay. Now we pull out the big rolls.
Yeah. There is I feel like everyone passed this. There is definitely I don't want to say like scent, but I think who your cast detect magic was that Phoenix?
That was me.
Was you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We
There's
all
sort
have
of
it.
something to the air, like whenever some kind of damage is left behind, especially if there's an explosion, there's definitely sort of a feeling and a smell that hangs over. This one definitely strikes you as being arcane in nature, and while most likely it came from things like lightning bolt or fireball being flung, this is kind of familiar. Give me, everybody, an intelligence roll. We'll check.
Or wait, which one?
Intelligence.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard a will check. I have a mild aneurysm.
Vic, you and Sven are definitely drawn back to a couple of places, specifically the graveyard and the Circus Big Top. The kind of aura that hangs in the air, similar to what brought those creatures into the material plane before being banished. You don't see, like, the
Summoning magic?
damage that you see on the walls isn't consistent with any of the creatures that you encountered in either of those instances. So, I'm not implying one correlates to the other. I'm saying that the energy and the magical aura that seems to be lingering in the air is similar.
So, extrapolating based on that, you may be able to assume that the drow were either using, or creating, or interacted with one of the black crystals during the scuffle.
Well,
I'll
remember
be
what
on
the
brand.
answer to the one question was.
Then pray. It all makes sense now. Wait, hold on.
No, so I think the, unless I'm like totally reading this wrong, Ludendorff is hiding the fact that he had one of the black crystals with him, or intentionally or unintentionally not mentioning it.
The answer to
And that's
question
what
3.
The projector, right?
His repository of treasures held so many wonders, and one that we thought might prove useful, but it did not. Ours was too impure.
Oh.
So a thing needed make it work.
Okay, so the crystal was the drowse, but the thing that they were looking for inside of Ludendorff's library did not work with the crystal that they had, and they ended up just abandoning it.
Yes. The answer to question, question 2, to take what he would not sell or surrender to search for the collector's collection for a working projector.
Yeah,
Looking at
which
that one
we
too.
could assume is the broken thing, but might also be this thing.
I'll be honest, I bought it on a whim. I don't know if it's fucking anything.
A couple thousand gold, it's fine.
3,000 gold to find out at the end of the campaign. I asked the DM, like, hey, that end up being anything? No. He just sunk 3,000 gold into the ground.
You know what? Give me a D20, and if you roll an 18, 19, or 20, I will tell you in private what it is.
What the
Whoa!
fuck?
Fucking Christ. Okay.
My
You
character,
asked.
does my character know this?
No, this is something you
Okay.
know.
Okay, cool.
You gotta tell us.
No, fuck you. I'm taking this to my grave.
Like a chamber pot holder.
God damn it.
At
Is
least
it the
give us let us know your reaction to hearing the information. Like, is it a holy shit or an oh fuck?
I just got it sent. I haven't read it yet. You can see the expression on my face. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So I actually, okay. That makes more sense now with the description. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Anyways.
Good purchase or bad purchase?
We will find out.
I mean, we, as in you, because you were the one who made the purchase.
True. Yeah. I think it was a purchase that I'm not disappointed by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like plot relevance is
It's a
not a particularly high stat of this particular item.
Well,
what was it? It's a crack pipe for giants.
100%. That's exactly what it is.
Well, those crystal roses they sell at gas stations that definitely are crack pipes.
Yes. The fucking glass bulb. Oh my god.
Okay.
To just ask again, clarify. He said that this was found on the river or a lake, which I can't remember which one it was.
He said that he found it on the coast in
Coast.
a revealed underground cave.
Right, but I'll clarify. Which coast do you mean? I mean, there's a lot of rivers and lakes and
No,
oceans.
he said on the Dalmaner Bay near
Dalmaner
Midgard.
Bay.
So on the sea.
Okay.
Okay.
And how long ago was this discovery? How long have you had it for, at least?
I purchased this maybe about 6 years ago now.
6 years ago. Okay.
Brilliant.
Okay.
So, back to the 3 people in the room.
I think we all share a look. It seems like, did all of us pass that thing to get the information?
No, only 2 of you did. Well, I think Vernix passed the checks. I think you failed the remembering check.
Yeah. Which
So
is
it's still
totally,
familiar, but you're like, I have no idea where.
It is totally in character.
You know, this reminds me of the circus and the graveyard. It's the same magic.
Seems that way. Perhaps the Drow were trying to use that crystal they brought with them, but it wasn't. And that's what they mean when they say that whatever it was they were trying to use it on, something in Ludendorff's collection, it wasn't good enough.
You know, maybe... What do you guys think about Ludendorff?
You know, I'm sorry. You know, I'm apprehensive, but he is a source of great knowledge and wealth. He's a convenient ally, but I'm not sure truly how much we can trust him. He strikes me as someone with a silver tongue. You can't be sure what his true motives are.
Right.
Yes. I don't know. I don't particularly trust him, but
At the same time, does it seem like he's someone who would go to such great lengths as to risk, whatever these people are risking? Or might he just simply have had something that could work with those crystals as a matter of this eclectic collection?
I don't know.
Because in the latter case, it might be good to inform him, just in case somebody with a crystal that does work with it happens to try this again.
if we were so inclined, we could ask him if he was being contacted to sell anything recently.
Not a bad line of inquiry. Just, I also worry about looking as though we don't trust him,
That's
if that makes any sense.
well, that is my concern as well.
Might be good to extend a moderate amount, but I do feel as though your concerns are quite warranted. Not as though we've been talking with him for very long. But maybe I just am desperate for a second opinion on this kind of thing. It's rather difficult when we've only got 2 use cases, and, well, I kind of don't want to see a third, but it seems like it's impossible to tell what could happen without it.
I've already said what I have. I think he has a silver tongue. It's hard to know exactly what his motives are. I'm willing to work with him, but I think we should keep an eye.
Well, he certainly seems like a curious sort, so could use that to our benefit.
Perhaps. Anyway.
Eventually,
I
your
believe
host-
that this...
Okay, so the conclusion to my conversation, thanks.
What?
So are we telling him or not?
No, I was continuing the conversation.
Oh. You said so anyway, and I'm like... So anyway,
No,
I'm not going to answer.
nah, fuck you.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it may be best to leave it for now.
I feel like I agree.
I'm concerned about asking questions that, well,
But if... Well, whatever.
I'm more than happy to hear other ideas. I just don't know.
If their concern is that the crystal they were using wasn't pure enough, what's to stop them from coming back with more drow with a purer one?
That
And
is
you're really
a
just
good
going to-
point, but
For all
It
we
does
know.
seem that he's aware of the fact that we're looking into the crystals.
I think
Perhaps this
perhaps
is-
we tell him that we've learned that how do you say it? That they didn't find what they are looking for, and that they might be back, so that he should be prepared for such an occasion. But we don't know what it was they were looking for.
That is
Well-
fair, but he did say he hadn't seen any of the void crystals before. I look over in Daxia's direction and just internally like, God damn it! I just wish I could cast message this one time, even though Kristoff would probably hear.
Perhaps we should, if nothing else, just ask him if he was contacted to sell anything, without necessarily any follow-up. But I don't know. He knows more than he lets on, but I don't think he's necessarily trying to hide that, as strange as that sounds.
I think if we play our cards too close to our chest here, we're going to be getting him to do the same. And if he does know more, I'd rather he shared it with us as allies than tentatively, piece by piece.
Correct.
I think that we tell. My personal opinion is that we tell him that we learned that they didn't find what they were looking for and that they might be back, but we don't know exactly what that entails. I think that is the safest way to go. We share with him what he needs to know.
Right. Well, I guess we're not really sure exactly what it was anyhow, but this is an awfully large area to ward off. I suppose it's not as though it's not in his budget, but well.
I'm thinking it's around this time when your host and Daxius return to the room. I'm gonna say that, like, after leaving the room, having made the deal, Kristoff is, like, kind of complaining to you, like, on and off, saying how he was trying to get back into doing some research and some of the stuff that he had in his other room. He actually kind of liked, and most of it was totally destroyed, half of which he can't even think he can replace.
Well, at least that might give room for research into other items. Narrows your scope a bit. Silver lining.
Yeah, and the ones that I thought were actually interesting were the ones in this room. And they're fucking gone now. He he leads you into the room and like looks around to the three others that are like standing out. I don't know if you're standing apart and looking or if you're together and conspiring.
Yeah, just like whispering and trying to hide what we're doing. It's like
We're over
basically we've
rubbing
got
our
suspicious explicitly written on our face.
we're over here rubbing our hands together like
Like fucking Skaven.
perhaps a Skaven, yes, or a fly, or a conspiring Jew.
Jesus Christ. I'm glad nobody
I'm-
watches
I'm-
this
I'm-
show.
It's okay. I'm allowed. It's making
You
fun
have
of
a
me.
Jewish friend.
No, I'm
okay. I got the J
Well-
card.
I'm Polish Jewish, so
Ah.
yeah.
Anywho.
Be thankful. Okay, just so you know, if I ever meet you in person, I will be dropping quarters around you all the time.
I will
Jesus
pick
Christ.
them up.
I
Jesus
know.
Christ.
Moving
littering
right
money.
past that.
You're not helping.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
helping. Yes. So,
I would be putting them up my nose. Okay,
Never mind.
got it out of my system.
Jesus Christ. So yes, like that's what he like finishes saying as you guys enter the room. And he even says like looks to the three of you, which I'm assuming you're not actually doing that. You're just kind of standing around and says,
Yeah,
half of the workbenches in here were even destroyed too. Which, thankfully, at least that's pretty replaceable, but... Well... Let's just say not everything is as durable as some of the stuff I have in other rooms. That's why I keep certain things here, and certain things accessible to people who come in and out of the house.
no, unfortunately, alchemy sets tend not to be.
He kind of like reaches up and rubs his face, says, maybe I should invest in one of those safe rooms that you put all the dangerous stuff in, so if anything happens, it just kind of bends the walls out and leaves everything else okay.
It might be good. I was able to speak briefly with the body that attacked, and it seemed as though we were able to tell they were looking for something, but they didn't really specify exact. You know how the spell goes.
Well, they already tried stealing books from me. I don't know what the hell else they wanted to take from me, but then again, this is a rather large house with a lot of valuable crap in it. Doesn't really narrow it down, especially a lot of stuff in here.
Yes.
Have you been contacted recently to sell any particular items?
Well, yes, Daxius just did. Daxius is the villain the whole time.
Daxius freeze.
Just turns invisible. Catch me if you can.
I drop a
I'll
quarter.
see you
next
at
to
the big bad fight. Yo, you drop a quarter, I'm instantly going for that shit.
Aha!
Oh my god.
I'm just a
Um,
Scrooge.
He kind of stops and thinks and says, I've definitely had people over the past couple of weeks both wanting to sell things to me because they know I'm rather interested in certain items. I did have a few people that were making inquiries about certain equipment related to possibly what was emptied out of old elven temples. If I had anything perhaps that was still surviving. Altars, they wanted things like lighting equipment, they wanted storage, art pieces, things like that. I told them I wasn't interested in buying or selling much of anything, and I think I might have mostly forgot about it. We get so much mail all the time, it's kind of hard to narrow things down.
Right. The reason we ask is that, well, it seems that what the drow were looking for was not just the tomes that you had in your residence, but some item that you may or may not have had in your possession. The reason I mention this is because they could be back, continuing to look for it if it was something that they did not make away with, which is the impression that we got.
Well, if it was something in this room, it's probably in about 1 billion pieces. He kind of thinks and looks to the ground. Might have to contact my father. He's a significantly more powerful caster than I am. Might have to do a certain amount of preparations to make sure what is left isn't destroyed in a similar manner.
May I ask, how well were you documenting what was stored in this room, as far as... Well, are you able to confirm that everything that was in this room was destroyed and not, perhaps, taken without your knowledge?
Most of the larger pieces I definitely found remnants of. I had a couple of old necklaces that I was trying to do research into. I didn't find any pieces of those, but that might not mean anything one way or another. They weren't very big. He kind of stops and thinks. At least I was able to confirm that I would say of the things that were actually gone from the room, most of everything was destroyed. I'm missing 2 necklaces, with one with a rather large gem in it, which I had thought might have been some sort of divining, something you use to look through in order to see things farther away, but I never was able to confirm that. There
Was
were...
it Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't interrupt.
There was the remnants of a weapon I had hoped vainly would have been part of one of the Emperor's sets before he rode into the river and vanished. That one I wasn't able to recover, but that piece wasn't very big. That literally could have been eaten alive entirely. We had... One was an older... I thought eventually it might have been a Jin's lamp, but I don't think it was. I was hoping to be able to use that in order to track down perhaps where it came from, but never able to do it. And I had a couple of elven pieces in here, one of which was the remnants of a... Oh... Could have possibly been an elf door at one point, but never was able to figure out how to work. And that's the one that was completely destroyed. He gestures to the corner and says, "That's what that was there."
For the gem on the necklace, was it a gem of was it clear or
Blue,
perhaps-
actually. Large blue. I thought it was a sapphire. Pretty, very well faceted.
Oh, interesting. Well, I suppose we can keep a lookout for that as well, if you believe it may have been purloined.
I'm thinking that if it was, the likelihood of getting it back seems pretty slim. That's why we have insurance.
Well, be that as it may. Did
Oh.
Did anyone happen to identify that weapon for you?
No, just a piece of a blade.
Ah,
I was trying to do that research myself, and it was on the table next to that corner. Something tells me it just might have flown off from debris or shrapnel.
well, I suppose it's
Feel like-
inevitable. A couple of things might have gotten incinerated, possibly, but yes.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
You know,
a couple of things might have gotten incinerated, possibly.
That's
Gotta
my
try this
fear.
very
Wait.
carefully.
Could he cast locate object on? Oh,
I think
no.
it has to be
Isn't
within
there-
like a
Yeah.
mile or something.
No, it's closer than that, but yeah. Especially if it's an object that you're familiar with, I think it's better. Or something like that.
Barry, do you have work?
No, I don't.
Okay.
At least I might get called in, but I'm not scheduled.
All right, I just want to make sure.
I sense the direction of a well-known or clearly visualized object. And it's a long range, so
How long range?
400 plus 40 feet per level, like every other long range spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
At least keep those things the same. Thank God.
Yeah. Well, any questions? Any kind of concerns? I feel like the air in here is rather tense, and I don't know why.
Oh,
I'm feeling
I think
pretty
we're-
loose myself.
must be I reach up and kind of like ease off my skull cap. Have kind of like a honestly perpetually wet looking, kind of like crumpled up looking like frill on the top of his head that he just kind of like scratches the side of. I feel like we've been through the ringer so much it must be us tracking in our funk.
Right. Well, if there isn't anything else here, your friend here just purchased a strange object I'd really never had enough time to look into myself.
Speaking of which, when should I expect that to be available for me to pick up?
As long as you have enough people and the equipment in order to get it out, functionally immediately.
I could bring the Vardo over, hire a few people, and just put it into storage relatively immediately.
Perhaps Lugo could be of help.
I know a few
Yeah,
other contacts as well who owe me some favors.
Lugo exists.
Just
Well,
imagining Sven like pushing the artifact off of a post onto Lugo's back and just like rolling it over him. hmm
um,
Yeah,
we can set up
It'll-
a crane, get it out through one of the larger windows. It can be handled that way. Where exactly is it going to be stored?
I can deal with those details.
Right.
We're probably
Translation of that is he doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
I mean, same thing we always do. Lead lined box inside.
it will not fit.
This fucker's like 6 to 8 feet tall and almost as wide across.
I don't know if we need lead lined.
And probably
But- I don't
weighs
know if we
like
can afford that much
500
lead.
pounds.
We'll have to get a portable hole. There's no other way we're transporting this.
It's made out of stone, right?
No, it's made out of metal. Solid metal.
Wait, how do you even move it?
with
with
a
a crane.
crane.
Well, weirdly enough,
Or 4 very macho men.
let's see.
Ken will help.
One small object per caster level. A huge object counts as 8. So it's smaller than a huge object, right?
Yes.
Okay. So one thing that I could do in order to make it easier to carry this thing and not have to like put a bunch of straps and stuff around it.
I have
is-
ant hall.
Yeah, I think ant hall's a good idea. Possibly multiple ant halls, and I can warp metal on this and make like at least some like handholds and stuff to carry it with, or maybe make the shape a little bit more ergonomic. And
Yeah.
then afterwards, I can unwarp metal to reverse it tomorrow. But you know,
I have make whole as well.
make whole does nothing to repair a warped item. I guess they
Yeah,
thought
guess
of
would
that,
work.
but you know, warp metal / unwarp metal is one of those weird holdover reversible spells, so it's not permanently fucked up. Even if you cast it a whole bunch of times, you just then have to cast unwarp metal a whole bunch of times too.
No, make whole works with warped items.
Make whole, on the other hand, does nothing to repair a warped item inside of warp metal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know
Like
why that's
here.
not in the make whole description.
Well, you said if
I
as long
cannot-
as you are able to lower it down whenever is most convenient, I can bring some people over. Most likely tomorrow morning, based on the fact that it's getting rather later in the day. And it's about 5 p.m. at this point, I believe. And by then we should be able to transport it.
Yeah, I'll let Rufus and his people take care of that, and leave it at that. Fine doing business with you.
Pleasure.
He looks around. Anything
Alright.
else?
I think
No,
that's back
but-
toward the business.
was most interesting, so I appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let the captain know. Let him gather his people up. When will you be intending to depart? Because I could probably send teams out ahead and just stagger it with you guys being last.
We should be able to catch up too if there's any emergencies or anything that would get in the way.
All right. He then gestures and leads you back out in the hallway.
It's been a pleasure, really. I haven't seen such a variety of things in well, just about anywhere that I've been.
Well, it's always a pleasure, and now considering we're now business partners, at least makes some sense to let you see some of the items I'm actually interested in. Most of these aren't powerful, most of these aren't overly useful, but most of them are quite interesting and usually unique.
I agree. It's quite a number of different eras and, well, just a vastly different array of concepts and ideas all next to each other. And something I could have spent hours looking at, but I wouldn't want to inconvenience you.
Well, it is getting late and we all have work we have to do.
Right.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
As you get back down into the foyer, you're going out probably right after Kristoff's father and a couple of his retainers are coming in, seeming to be like kind of hounding him with like paperwork and whatnot. And it's just the old man is like very obviously quick and sharp and still there, but it's like, yeah, just tired. Kind of gives all of you a look over, gives like a bit of a acknowledgement of a look, and then continues on addressing his retainer regarding what you can overhear seems to be tax policy. He is the prince's chancellor.
Yeah.
After that, you are shown out and handshake and come back whenever, kind of, before the doors close.
He is actually pleasant to be around. which is something. Either way,
Charities.
I might have to take 2,000 gold from the Vardo fund, if that's all right.
Why
Should I just
did you
make
buy
several
this
thousand?
anyway?
Hmm?
Why did you buy this anyway?
Call it a hunch, and also Joel not realizing until after it was explained to him what it was that it was 8 feet tall.
Like I said, like this isn't like a contract that you've 100% signed, so you can back out of it.
I can, but
But
see, the
Gray,
thing is, it's
we need
it's-
golem materials.
That's true.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's true. Hold on.
There's
So okay,
It-
so this just appears as a hunk of metal. Like, can you describe it
metal.
again?
I describe it to them.
It's like I said on the drawing page.
Yeah, and just because I do want to make it convenient as possible, if
I would
we
say
talk over there. Yeah,
closest
if we
to the lighthouse thing, like you said.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we discuss the logistics ahead of time, like before we leave, yeah, I'll do the warp metal so that it's just like it doesn't honestly do that much to something that's this big. Other than it's like it wouldn't work if it was like a mechanical thing. But I'm assuming because it's like it destroys its straightness, form, and strength. Now there's like, something that you could possibly tie a thing around a little bit easier, and it wouldn't be as prone to slipping off.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But whatever the result, I can just unwarp metal later. So
No, I didn't buy it for no reason. There
Actually,
was something.
Joel, give me a intelligence check, because memory.
Oh no! Oh no! Here we go. Ugh.
I will at least tell you that you think you have seen the symbols relatively, like, recently.
Recently?
Like, within the last week. At,
The
like,
last-
most.
Oh.
You're pretty certain you didn't see it in Caligaro's dream realm. You're thinking it's more recent than that.
More recent than the dream realm? Where the
Yeah.
fuck did I? What the fuck did we do? Where I would have seen? Okay, I need to think back.
It's a nice.
I mean, the main other big thing was Sven's stuff.
Yeah, but were there a lot of symbols there?
Proteans do have that one thing. It's like a floaty thing over their head. But I think it just like changes
You know what?
randomly.
Gray, I cast light on the dangly thingy.
Hold on.
Oh, we're outside. We're not in the house anymore.
Oh.
Look, there were symbols on there that looked familiar. I can't place them.
I might be able to
It actually
Yeah,
might
yeah.
have been before the confrontation with Caligara.
I'll have to look back through
It
my
was
notes on another
just
point.
before then, I believe. Yeah, just before Caligara's mansion.
Okay. Well, there were some symbols on it that look familiar. I can't place them, but they weren't like a language or anything. At least I didn't think they were. And regardless, I was hoping at some point, Sven, with your ring, you can cast legend lore, right? If I remember correctly.
He nods slowly. Yes, but it could take quite a long time if we don't know much about it.
Etcher turns as soon as you say legend lore and opens his mouth, and Phoenix just reaches down, physically closes it.
Casting the light on it does cause a like shine to come off of the back of the drum functionally.
Oh, we have it?
No, but he said he thought he said he cast because I think you went in there to do the warp metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're there, I cast it on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you're able to see it as the light bounces off the back and almost seems to be focused as it goes past you the other way.
Well, if we're there, then I'm gonna show them the symbols.
All right, then everybody else give me the intelligence check as well.
All right, I try to read the symbols using my ring.
I tried to read
you
the
said
symbols
intelligence?
using my brain.
Yes.
Damn.
I'm gonna go with Vic remembers this probably because it's the only fucking person who I've actually paid attention to any of this. Despite that, it was in the bar with Terex.
What was in the bar?
In the bar with Terex.
This thing?
No, the words, the letters, the symbols.
Oh.
They were all over the fucking place in the bar with Terex.
Maybe it's
Oh,
protective,
shit.
like warding?
So it's the same language.
Yes.
No, it's not magical, so if it is, it's not active. But
I don't know. It looked like it was a part of some fucking construct.
If it translates
magical or
literally
otherwise.
any language, period.
well, if it's
yeah.
if it's a language,
Yeah.
Yeah, if it okay, let me read this out. Grants complete understanding of any written text or spoken language, even one that the wearer has never encountered before.
Okay.
It is
Well,
a very expensive read because of that.
and got constant
Like,
comprehend languages.
This is a 9,000 gold ring.
It's not that expensive.
Maybe. It's yeah. Well, there's cheaper rings.
There definitely are.
Those rings are protection +1. You could stack up 9.
See if I can find.
Ring of protection plus one is 2,000.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Ring
I
of
could
protection
make
and
9.
natural armor both scale 2/816, or not
Hmm.
1632, or whatever the hell it is.
What it
Right,
reads
right.
as is a couple of letters and numbers that don't seem to be related to one another, but then after that it reads 2,000 watts.
Means
I don't
jack
think
shit to us.
1,000 watts. What is a watt?
Mm-hmm.
Or who is watts?
What?
What is
That-
who?
Yeah,
That
he's
doesn't
He's
make
the one on
sense.
third.
Sven is looking around it and he's reading these arcane runes, which vaguely reminds him of being on toast, but he quickly pushes that outside of his head, and he nods and he says, "It's numbers and formulas, and it doesn't seem to correlate, but this word here, this is a word, it says what? I don't know. With this ring, it's not a misspelling, it's something entirely different. I know
No. No, what does it say?
2,000 watts.
No, not two. What does it say? 2,000 what?
We're fucking
No.
doing that bit.
That's a good question.
No. This ring, it's WATTS.
Oh,
Something.
What?
It's not a misspelling. If it, I would understand it as, as we would say what if it what. I don't know. It's
yes.
That
I'm
sounds
So
like
what
how a
is that?
2-year-old would spell what.
worse. It couldn't be a misspelling.
Well.
This looks too official.
Are you sure your ring isn't defective?
It's too perfect.
Look, the language appears based on the symbols at least, to be the same ones that were used in
Yes.
Terex's
Perhaps Terex would know more of these. I don't know what these letters and numbers mean.
First off, it's just like interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that he's there.
Sure.
It's in his
Obvious
house.
reasons. Yeah, it's his house.
Yeah, what are we gonna be like? Shoo, we're gonna do nothing at all to this thing that we just bought.
I'm sorry, the what?
No, what?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's,
so-
We are not going back to do that bit again.
it's a long story, and it's very complicated and not
he
particularly relevant to our situation.
Sven shows the ring to
It's very old.
his name, and he says, "This ring, it lets me read any language. Very expensive ring, but I'm reading this, and I see letters and numbers and a word, but none of it makes any sense."
Essentially, that means the object is much older than you thought it was.
if
Or this isn't a sentence, but it's not runes. It's not magic.
Wait,
I
if
don't
it's-
know unless it is code. Perhaps it's code. This ring does not discern codes or hidden things. Oh, I'll write this down. Perhaps we can decode it using Tersh's
Possible.
stuff.
There's something in my mind telling me that this is a waste of time and we need to stop talking about it.
But the roleplay, Vic, the roleplay.
Well,
I know it's only 6 p.m., but it feels like it's getting closer to midnight.
well, in any case, we do have a historian who is familiar with many dead languages that we'll be able to cross-reference this with, and any findings we have, we'll let you know. But otherwise, I don't believe there's much else to be gained here.
right. Well, have a good night then.
Farewell for the second time.
For the second time, yes. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Von Tropps, except that we're the ones that come running down the
yeah,
stairs.
Down the stairs. God, yeah, that's one place my supervisor managed to remind me of, because we're going to be spending several days in Salzburg, which is
Oh,
where the Von Trapps lived before they fled Austria.
nice.
So the
Ooh,
Nonnenberg
traps,
Abbey
you say?
and
Never mind.
Fuck! I should have taken lightning bolt. I took fireball instead.
Damn it. Oh well.
How are we gonna roleplay justify turning this thing on?
I
looks
can do
right
electric
into
damage.
it, blinded.
I can do electricity too.
Yeah, just
Just,
chucking
you know.
grass.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how to justify putting electricity into this.
Yeah, just hook up Sven and be like, all right, just channel your energy.
I have jolt. I have the
that's-
jolt cantrip.
gonna
It probably
poke it.
won't work. However,
Also, I don't think this thing is functional.
Yeah.
I
you
can
don't
do.
know that. You don't know that.
We could find out.
I want this spotlight.
Well,
Yeah, I'm hoping everybody has figured out it's an aerial searchlight.
Yeah.
I figured it was a big light bulb.
Big light bulb.
That's really funny.
I'm going to be standing in it, turning it on, and just immediately blinding anyone in the room.
Yep, everyone in the room permanently blind.
Dragon flies overhead. You've stolen my gold. Now I'll burn you. Ah! And just fucking crashes.
It's like I just open up the D20P of SRD page and then just blinded.
Midnight.
I see.
I had to look
Yeah, I
up a-
see the.
Spell. Opened up. EFSRD. Dead.
Yeah, and like I see the lights flashing at you like they're a fucking Halloween decoration.
Yeah, that's just me switching between two tabs.
Mhm.
I don't know why they have it as like the absolute fucking brightest, clearest white possible and no option for dark mode.
Yeah.
This is web design from like 2003.
Yeah, I know.
You open up somebody's homepage and it's just like flashing neon lights 4 in the morning.
All right. You guys managed to depart, perhaps satisfied, perhaps unsatisfied. It's kind of hard to tell you guys sometimes. It is definitely getting into the evening now. I think a lot of your stuff is mostly done. It'll be preparation and then departing for better home.
Seems like it.
Functionally
Yeah.
speaking, this is the end of an arc. As we close a chapter, I suppose. And I'm not sure. Are we gonna play next week? I'm not sure if I'll be running next week or not. But we'll figure it out.
Might be.
And by
Might
next
be, might
week,
not,
meaning
who knows?
in 3 days, 3 days, something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
that's
It
right,
is.
because it's Sunday.
Are we? Yeah, because that's a good question.
It's
Yeah.
the Lord's Day, which is why we play D&D.
Technically this week, unless you're from a different culture, which starts on Monday.
Tune in on
anyway.
Wednesday to find out as a surprise.
Yeah, whether or not we make a decision.
Make sure to follow so you get a notification if we go live.
Yeah, but
If.
you know, fucking whenever that.
Otherwise, you'll get the running total of the number of cords the cats have chewed through.
Yeah.
Subscribe
God.
now, and you might get
3
one of those
cords.
cables at your doorstep.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
doing a giveaway of all of the cords purchased cats have
Fucking
eaten.
purchased cats have eaten.
Yes. I got
Trust
it
us.
up on eBay.
Yeah,
Trust
if
us,
we give away
there's
10
quite a
per
lot of
session,
them.
if we give away 10 per session, we should last the next 3 or 4 years.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I guess we'll figure that out. But either way, this episode will be going up. We'll get that all sorted out and possibly see us on Wednesday.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Bye.
Find out.
See you then. Have a good night.
Yep.